A lighthouse keeper climbs the tower to light the lamp and simply vanishes. A family moves into their dream home and begins receiving letters from someone who claims to have been watching the house for decades. In a small Ohio town, hundreds of anonymous messages arrive accusing neighbors of secrets so personal they should have been impossible to know. Deep in the Canadian wilderness, gold prospectors begin turning up without their heads. Hikers disappear inside the forests of Olympic National Park, leaving behind campsites that look as if they had just stepped away for a moment. Across continents and across centuries, the details are different. But the feeling is always the same. Someone was there. Something happened. And whatever the truth is, it never fully revealed itself. And so we begin. The last thing the Mihara Lighthouse Keeper wrote in his logbook was that strange lights were moving across the sea toward the shore, and the sentence stopped halfway through the line, as if the pen had simply been dropped in the middle of the thought. When the relief crew arrived, the lighthouse lamp was still burning exactly as it should, the machinery turning with quiet precision, his coat still hanging inside the house, and his boots still beside the door. But the man himself had vanished completely from an isolated cliff, where there was nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. Mihara Lighthouse stood along a hard stretch of Japanese coastline, where the land seemed to end abruptly in broken black rock, and the Pacific took over with relentless force. The cliffs were steep and uneven, carved by centuries of wind and surf, and the narrow path leading up to the lighthouse station twisted along the edge of the rock in a way that made every step feel slightly unsafe during bad weather. The lighthouse tower itself was modest by the standards of maritime beacons, a cylindrical white structure rising beside a small keeper's dwelling and a shed where spare fuel and equipment were stored. From a distance, the lantern room at the top appeared almost delicate against the vast horizon of water, but the light it cast was powerful enough to guide ships along that dangerous coast for many miles. Life in a lighthouse like Mihara followed a routine so strict it could almost be mistaken for ritual. The keeper woke early to inspect the mechanism that rotated the lantern assembly, a system of gears and weights that had to be wound and maintained with careful attention. The fuel supply for the lamp had to be measured precisely because a mistake could leave the beacon dark in the middle of the night, which in a region of jagged coastline could easily mean the destruction of a ship. Weather observations were recorded several times a day, not simply out of curiosity, but because those observations helped shipping authorities track storms moving along the coast. The logbook was therefore a mixture of dull details and quiet responsibility, lines of handwriting that described wind direction, pressure readings, passing vessels, and the small mechanical checks that ensured the light never failed. The man stationed at Mihara Lighthouse during the strange disappearance had a reputation for being exactly the sort of person suited to that work. He was described by colleagues as steady, quiet, and reliable. The kind of man who preferred solitude to crowds and who could spend hours looking out over the sea without becoming restless. Lighthouse keepers were often chosen for precisely that temperament, because the job demanded long stretches of isolation where a person might not see another human being for days or even weeks. In places like Mihara, the sea and the wind became constant companions, and many keepers spoke about learning to read the subtle moods of the water in the same way farmers read the sky. For most of his time at the station, the keeper's entries in the logbook were completely ordinary. The writing was neat and methodical, each observation recorded in a style that suggested patience and discipline. He noted the arrival of fishing boats in the distance and recorded the time they passed along the horizon. He described periods of heavy fog rolling across the water, the sort of thick coastal mist that made the lighthouse beam appear like a pale tunnel cutting through darkness. On calmer days, he wrote about clear skies and long visibility across the ocean, where the water seemed almost motionless under the sun. Nothing in those early entries hinted that anything unusual was happening around the lighthouse. But several days before the disappearance, the tone of the logbook began to change slightly. It started with a brief mention of lights far offshore. The keeper wrote that faint lights had appeared along the horizon sometime after midnight, well beyond the normal shipping lanes that passed the region. At first, he assumed they belonged to a distant vessel, perhaps a fishing boat drifting farther from shore than usual, and he recorded the observation almost casually before continuing with the rest of his nightly duties. Ships sometimes appeared in unexpected places, and lighthouse keepers were used to seeing distant lanterns flickering on the water. The following night, the lights appeared again. This time the entry was a little longer. The keeper noted that the light seemed strangely steady and did not blink or shift position in the way a ship's lantern normally would. Instead, they hung low above the horizon, like a small row of pale stars resting directly on the surface of the water. After several minutes, the light slowly dimmed and disappeared one after another. He wrote that it was unusual, but probably nothing. The third night he mentioned them again. By this point, the handwriting in the logbook had begun to change slightly. It was not wildly erratic or frantic, but the neat consistency seen in earlier entries had softened into something less precise. The letters leaned a little more heavily against the paper, as if the writer had paused often while watching something outside the lantern windows. This time the lights moved. He described them drifting slowly from north to south along the horizon in a smooth arc that did not resemble the steady movement of a ship under power. They moved too evenly, almost gliding across the water without any sign of a vessel beneath them. After several minutes they faded again. The keeper ended the entry with a brief remark that investigators would later find unsettling. He wrote that the light seemed slightly closer to shore than before. The next evening the weather turned colder, and the wind strengthened across the cliffs. The lighthouse beam swept across dark water, as it always did, the rotating lens casting its slow pulse across the sea every few seconds. At some point during the night, the keeper opened the logbook again. The lights had returned. This time they appeared earlier than on previous nights, and they were no longer faint points on the distant horizon. According to the surviving description of the logbook entry, The keeper wrote that the lights were now clearly moving across the water toward the coastline. He did not describe any ship or structure beneath them. There was no mention of sails or engine noise or the usual signals vessels used when approaching shore at night. There were simply lights, several of them, gliding slowly toward land. The sentence continued for a few more words. Then it stopped abruptly in the middle of the line. There was no final remark, no closing note about weather conditions or mechanical checks. Nothing that suggested the keeper had finished his observation. The pen had clearly left the paper suddenly, leaving the final phrase hanging incomplete on the page. When the relief crew arrived at Mihara Lighthouse not long afterward, the lantern above the tower was still burning exactly as it should have been, turning slowly and casting its beam across the water with perfect regularity. The keeper who had been watching those lights was nowhere to be found. The relief crew approached the station by boat during the late morning, steering carefully through the swells toward the rocky landing area at the base of the cliff. Normally, the keeper would have been waiting nearby after hearing the engine of the approaching vessel, because the arrival of supplies and fresh company was one of the few breaks in the monotony of lighthouse life. On that day, the landing area was completely empty. At first, the crew assumed he must still be inside the house, or somewhere along the cliffs performing routine maintenance. They carried their supply crates up the narrow path that led from the water to the lighthouse buildings and called out as they approached. There was no answer. The door to the keeper's dwelling was unlocked. Inside the small house, everything appeared perfectly ordinary. His coat hung beside the door. A kettle sat on the stove as if it had been used recently. Personal belongings were arranged neatly on a small wooden table, including a pocket watch and a folded cloth used for cleaning the lantern glass. Nothing was broken. Nothing was disturbed. There were no signs of struggle or hurried movement. When the crew climbed the spiral staircase inside the lighthouse tower, they found the lantern room exactly as the keeper would have left it during his routine duties. The lamp burned steadily inside the large glass enclosure, and the clockwork mechanism that rotated the lens continued to tick with quiet precision. The logbook lay open beside the lantern apparatus, and there, on the final page, was the unfinished sentence about the lights moving across the sea toward the shore. By the end of that day, the relief crew had searched every part of the lighthouse station and the surrounding cliffs. They found no trace of the man who had been stationed there. No footprints, no torn clothing, no sign that anyone had fallen from the rocks. It was as if the keeper had simply stepped out of the tower and vanished from the world, while the lighthouse he tended continued its silent duty beside the sea. By the afternoon of the relief crew's arrival, the quiet unease surrounding the lighthouse had grown into a full search operation, because it was obvious to everyone present that a man had vanished from a place where vanishing should have been impossible. Mihara Lighthouse stood on a narrow cliff, surrounded by steep drops and violent surf, and if a person fell from the rocks, there would normally be some trace left behind, even if the sea eventually carried the body away. The first place the crew searched carefully was the immediate ground around the lighthouse buildings. The soil near the station was thin and scattered with coarse grass, and in places the earth formed small patches of mud where recent rain had softened the ground. These patches were useful because they usually held footprints clearly. The men expected to see the keeper's tracks leading toward the cliff edge or the landing path. They found none. The only visible tracks were their own from that morning. The wind had been strong during the night before their arrival, but not strong enough to erase deep impressions from damp soil, and several of the crew later remarked that if the keeper had walked away from the lighthouse at any point during the previous evening, his footprint should still have been visible somewhere along the ground. They searched the cliff edge next. The rock along that part of the coast dropped sharply into the ocean below, and waves crashed against the base of the cliff with the dull, heavy rhythm that lighthouse keepers often described as sounding like distant artillery. If the keeper had slipped or been swept away by a wave while standing too close to the edge, investigators would normally expect to find scuffed stone or broken plants where his footing had given way. There was nothing like that. The cliff looked undisturbed. A narrow maintenance path wound down from the lighthouse toward the small landing area where boats could approach the rocks during calm weather. The crew walked that path slowly, scanning every step of ground and every patch of grass along the slope. It was the most logical route the keeper might have taken if he had gone down to inspect something near the water. Again, there were no footprints. The path looked as though it had not been used since the previous supply delivery weeks earlier. The search then turned towards the interior of the lighthouse buildings once more, this time with far greater attention to detail. The men began to notice small things that had not seemed important at first glance. Inside the keeper's dwelling, the kettle on the stove still contained water, which suggested it had been used fairly recently. The stove itself had gone cold, meaning the fire had burned out naturally, sometime during the night or early morning. On the small wooden table beside the bed, investigators found the keeper's pocket watch. It had stopped. The reason was simple enough. The watch had not been wound. But that detail puzzled the men slightly because lighthouse keepers tended to be extremely methodical about their routines, and winding a watch before sleep was one of those small habits that became almost automatic after years of repetition. Beside the watch lay a folded cloth used for cleaning the lantern glass, and a small oil lamp the keeper used when moving through the house at night. His boots were still by the door. That fact quickly became one of the strangest details of the entire disappearance. Anyone stepping outside onto the rocky ground around Mihara Lighthouse would normally wear heavy boots because the surface was sharp and uneven. Walking barefoot or in thin indoor shoes would have been uncomfortable and potentially dangerous, especially at night when the wind often blew fiercely along the cliffs. Yet the boots remained exactly where they had been left. Investigators later considered the possibility that the keeper had stepped outside briefly without bothering to put them on, perhaps only intending to check something for a moment before returning. Even that explanation raised questions because the weather that evening had been cold and windy enough that most people would instinctively reach for a coat and boots before leaving the house. The coat, like the boots, was still hanging by the door. The next place and examined carefully was the lighthouse tower itself. The spiral staircase leading up to the lantern room was narrow and enclosed within thick stone walls, and the air inside carried the faint smell of oil and metal from the machinery above. Each step creaked slightly underfoot as the men climbed upward. Halfway up the staircase they paused because they heard the quiet ticking of the clockwork rotation mechanism in the lantern room. The sound was steady and precise, exactly what one would expect from a properly maintained lighthouse. When they reached the top, they saw that everything appeared perfectly normal. The great glass lens rotated slowly around the central lamp, casting a bright beam through the lantern windows and out across the ocean. The mechanism responsible for turning the lens was powered by a system of descending weights, similar to the internal workings of a large clock. The keeper would normally wind the mechanism at regular intervals, so the weights never reached the bottom of their track. Someone had wound it recently. The machinery had enough tension remaining to keep the light rotating for many more hours. That detail was important because it meant the keeper had almost certainly been performing his normal duties shortly before his disappearance. Beside the lantern apparatus stood the small desk where the logbook rested. The book was open to the final page. The unfinished sentence about the lights approaching the shore remained exactly where the pen had left it. The ink had dried cleanly, which suggested the entry had been written several hours before the relief crew arrived. There were no ink smears or signs of sudden movement across the page. The pen itself lay beside the book. Investigators studying the logbook later noticed another small detail that had not been obvious at first. The final line had been written with slightly heavier pressure than the earlier entries that evening. The letters pressed deeper into the paper, as if the writer had paused frequently while looking out the lantern windows toward the sea. The lantern room offered a nearly complete view of the surrounding coastline and water, and from that vantage point, the keeper could easily observe any ship approaching from miles away. But if he had seen a vessel that night, he had not written anything about it. The search continued through the rest of the station. The storage shed contained spare oil drums, tools, and maintenance equipment exactly where they should have been. Nothing had been disturbed. The fuel reserves were intact. The spare lantern components were arranged neatly on wooden shelves. Outside, the wind moved steadily across the cliff, and the sea below rolled in slow grey swells beneath the pale afternoon sky. Eventually, local authorities were informed of the disappearance, and a wider search began along the coastline. Fishermen from nearby villages joined the effort, scanning the water for any sign that the keeper might have fallen into the sea. Boats travelled slowly along the base of the cliffs, while men on shore walked long stretches of rocky coastline looking for clothing, debris, or any indication that a body had washed ashore. Nothing was found, but during those conversations with fishermen, another strange element entered the story. Several men who had been working offshore during the previous nights spoke quietly about unusual lights on the water. At first, they hesitated to mention it because fishermen were practical people who often avoided repeating stories that sounded like superstition. Eventually, one older fisherman admitted that he had seen several pale lights moving slowly across the sea on the same nights described in the lighthouse logbook. He said they did not resemble lanterns carried by ships. They were too low above the water, and there had been no sound of engines or sails. Another fisherman claimed he had seen the lights as well, though he described them differently. He said they appeared almost like reflections drifting across the surface of the ocean, glowing faintly before fading into darkness. Neither man could explain what they were. Both agreed that they had never seen anything quite like them before. By the time those accounts reached investigators, the Mihara Lighthouse Keeper had already been missing for several days. The light he once maintained continued to shine every night across the water, turning slowly above the empty tower while the sea below moved endlessly against the rocks. And somewhere out beyond the dark horizon, fishermen whispered about strange lights that had appeared on the ocean shortly before the keeper vanished forever. As the days passed and the search produced nothing, the Mihara Lighthouse disappearance began to settle into a quiet unease that lingered along the coast, long after the official investigation slowed to a halt. Cases involving missing lighthouse keepers were not unheard of in maritime history, but almost every one of them followed a pattern that the investigators could understand. A storm would strike suddenly and sweep a man from the rocks. A keeper would fall while repairing equipment near the edge of a cliff. Occasionally, someone would take their own life in the solitude of those lonely stations. The Mihara case refused to fit any of those explanations. There had been no storm violent enough to drag a man into the sea that night. The cliffs showed no sign of a fall. The lighthouse equipment was functioning perfectly and had clearly been tended shortly before the disappearance. The keeper's personal belongings remained inside the house, exactly where he had left them. Most unsettling of all was the logbook. The unfinished line about lights approaching the shore became the central detail investigators could never fully explain. Maritime officials examined the surrounding shipping records carefully to determine whether any vessel might have passed unusually close to the lighthouse during those nights. The region did see occasional fishing traffic and small coastal cargo ships, but none of those vessels reported operating anywhere near the position described in the logbook entries. There was also the matter of the lights themselves. Ships carried lanterns that moved in predictable ways because they were mounted on masts or railings. They blinked or swayed as the vessel rolled in the water. They also travelled along clear courses that could be traced from one point of the horizon to another. The lights described by the keeper did not behave like that. According to the logbook entries, they drifted slowly and evenly across the water, almost gliding rather than moving with the irregular rhythm of a vessel. On several nights they appeared in roughly the same area offshore before fading away again, and on the final night they seemed to move directly toward land. Authorities briefly considered the possibility that smugglers had been operating along the coast and that the keeper might have encountered them during the night. Smuggling had occurred in various parts of Japan's coastal regions during earlier decades, and remote lighthouses sometimes offered a clear vantage point from which a keeper might accidentally observe illegal activity. The theory suggested that the lights could have belonged to small boats approaching quietly without proper navigation lamps, but that explanation carried its own problems. If smugglers had approached the lighthouse and confronted the keeper, there would likely have been signs of struggle inside the station or along the cliffs. There were none. No footprints were found leading toward the path. No equipment was disturbed. The keeper's boots remained inside the house. It was difficult to imagine a man leaving the lighthouse tower, walking barefoot out into the cold wind and confronting unknown visitors in darkness. Another theory suggested the keeper might have climbed down toward the water to investigate the strange lights himself. Lighthouse keepers were sometimes curious observers of unusual activity at sea, and it was possible he believed a vessel was approaching dangerously close to the rocks. But again, the evidence refused to cooperate. The path leading down the cliff showed no footprints, and the rocky landing area below the lighthouse was empty. The ocean search continued for several more days before authorities reluctantly accepted that the keeper's body was unlikely to be recovered. The currents along that section of coastline could carry objects far out to sea, and if a man had fallen into the water at night, the waves might have pulled him away before anyone noticed. Yet even the fishermen who helped with the search found that explanation difficult to accept. Several of them later said the sea had been unusually calm during the night the keeper disappeared. Not perfectly still, because the Pacific was rarely still in that region, but calm enough that a man standing near the rocks would normally have little difficulty keeping his balance. One fisherman offered another small detail that added to the mystery. He claimed that during the same night he had seen a faint glow far offshore while checking his nets before dawn. At first he thought it might be lightning behind distant clouds, but the light did not flash or fade the way lightning usually does. Instead, it remained steady for several seconds before disappearing entirely. He could not say whether it was connected to the lights the keeper had described, but he remembered thinking at the time that it looked almost as though something had briefly illuminated the water itself. After several weeks, the Mihara Lighthouse received a new keeper, and the routines of the station resumed as though nothing unusual had happened. The lantern was lit each evening. The logbook entries returned to their steady descriptions of weather and passing ships. The machinery inside the tower continued its slow rotation night after night. But the story of the vanished keeper never fully disappeared. Among lighthouse workers along the coast, the case became one of those quiet maritime legends passed from one generation to the next. The details were repeated carefully because they were so difficult to explain. A man had been alone inside a lighthouse tower performing his normal duties when he wrote about strange lights approaching across the sea. Moments later, he was gone. The lighthouse itself had continued operating without interruption. Years later, a former lighthouse inspector reportedly examined the Mihara logbook again while reviewing old station records. He noted something that earlier investigators had overlooked because it seemed insignificant at first glance. In the final entry, the keeper had written that the lights were moving toward the shore, but he had not written the word lights. The sentence had been interrupted before the word was finished. Only the first few letters were visible on the page, which meant that when the keeper lifted his pen from the paper, he might still have been in the middle of writing the word itself. Whatever had drawn his attention away from the logbook had happened suddenly, and it had happened while he was looking out toward the sea. Even today, the Mihara Lighthouse disappearance remains one of the quiet, unsolved mysteries of Japan's maritime history. There are no dramatic crime scenes, no surviving suspects, and no physical evidence that clearly points to what happened on that lonely cliff. There is only the lighthouse itself, the steady beam that once turned above the empty tower, and a single unfinished sentence in a logbook describing something strange moving across the dark water toward the shore. There are confessions that historians treat as folklore, and confessions so strange that even centuries later they make you lean in close, wondering if the person speaking was possessed, insane, or somehow truly, impossibly connected to something beyond human reason. In the spring of 1662, in the small Scottish parish of Aldern, the kind of place where the wind pushes fog into the fields and the only light at night is from dying hearths. A woman walked into the kirk and told a story that was unlike anything her countrymen had ever heard. She said she was a witch, not accused, not suspected, but a witch by choice, by pact, by service to an entity she called the devil himself. And she would tell her story 4 separate times over 6 weeks, adding layer upon layer of detail so rich and heavy you could almost smell the peat smoke in the margins of her words. Her name was Isabel Gowdy, though records spell it many ways. Gaudy, Gowdy, because in mid-17th century Scotland names flowed out of mouths like mist off the river. What makes Gowdy unlike most alleged witches in history is that she volunteered her confession. There was no documented torture. She began talking, and she never really stopped. And almost everything she spoke of was impossible, unbelievable, and deeply, deeply supernatural. She told those gathered that her first meeting with the devil happened not in a forest glade, not in some hidden cavern, but in the kirk at Aldern itself. She described him standing at the reader's desk, a towering figure she called a meikle black rock man. In her words, a large, dark, rough-looking man with cloven feet that seemed to tap on the cold stone floor. He was holding a strange black book, and as she watched, he reached out and pressed his cold fingers against her shoulder. From that spot he drew her blood, and with that blood he baptized her into his service. According to her testimonies, the baptism was no symbolic gesture. It was an initiation, a binding pact which marked her as something other than a normal human being, something outside the grace of God and inside whatever realm the devil truly inhabited. Not long after, she said she consummated her allegiance to him near the ruins of Inshoch Castle, describing the encounter in unnerving detail. She spoke of his appearance, his unnatural coolness, and even matters of a sexual nature that would have scandalized the most hardened ministers present. Isabel said that once bound to him, her life became entwined with a coven of witches who gathered in secret places, in the kirk at midnight, on hilltops, at the kirk of Narn, and in dye houses where ordinary cloth was turned black by ritual acts that defied natural dyeing. She spoke of flying through the air on straws and rushes, a method of movement she described with chants that bore no resemblance to anything a sane mind might devise. "I shall go into a hare," she once recited, her voice carried in records from that spring, "with sorrow and such, and meikle care, and I shall go in the devil's name, while I come home again." She gave these exact chants, not once, but repeatedly, even offering the words to become a cat, a crow, or other creatures. And she insisted that to return to her human form, there were equally precise words to utter. This was not vague metaphor or poetic license. She spoke as if she had stood in those animal bodies, felt the earth beneath paws and claws, felt the wind through fur, and had known instinct in a way no human should ever be allowed to know. That she could return at will, though sometimes bearing the marks of whatever animals she became, was something only whispered in the wildest folk tales. Yet she recited the words herself. If Isabel Gowdy had stopped at shape-shifting, she might have been remembered as simply another village woman repeating the familiar language of Scottish witchcraft. But she did not stop. What unsettles me most, reading her words now, is not merely what she claimed, but how methodical she was. She named names, she divided the coven into companies, she described hierarchy, ritual order, and even internal disputes, as though she were recounting the minutes of a parish meeting rather than blasphemies that could cost her life. She said there were 13 witches in her particular group, divided into separate companies that met in different places around Aldern and Nairn. Each company had its own devil, or at least its own manifestation of him, which suggests something almost organisational about the supernatural order she described. Not chaos, not frenzy, but structure. The devil, she insisted, would appear dressed sometimes in black, sometimes in grey, and once in a plaid garment like any Highlander might wear, though always with that unmistakable strangeness about him, the coldness of his touch, and feet that did not look entirely human. She spoke of gatherings in the kirk itself, after dark, when the doors were locked and the minister long gone. She said they would enter through means she did not explain, perhaps through cracks in reality rather than cracks in wood. Inside, they would hold what she described as mock communions, inverting sacred rites with deliberate precision. Bread was offered, but not in Christ's name. Words were spoken, but twisted. The devil would preach to them from the pulpit, criticizing their laziness, demanding obedience, warning them that if they failed to perform their malice properly, he would punish them. It is one thing to imagine villagers dancing in fields. It is quite another to picture a congregation kneeling before something dark at the very altar where baptisms had taken place. And then there were the elf-shot arrows. This is where Gaudy's testimony drifts into something so strange it feels less like folklore and more like a fever dream. She said the witches crafted tiny arrows from flint, sharp as needles, and that these were given to them by elf boys who lived in the hills. These were not decorative trinkets. She claimed they could fire them invisibly at livestock and people, striking unseen but causing sudden illness, wasting sickness or death. The witches, she said, would chant over the arrows before releasing them, and the devil himself would direct their aim. What unsettles me is that elf-shot was a real belief in 17th century Scotland. Farmers genuinely found flint arrowheads in their fields and believed them to be weapons of the fair folk. But Gaudy did not speak of them as relics. She spoke of manufacturing them, distributing them, deploying them like soldiers. She even claimed responsibility for specific acts of harm, naming neighbours whose cattle had died, whose children had fallen ill. Whether these accusations were true, delusion, or cruel fantasy, we cannot know. What we do know is that she described the process with alarming specificity. She also confessed to stealing milk by supernatural means. She said she and the other witches would fashion ropes from plaited straw, approach a neighbour's byre, and tug at the air while reciting words that would cause milk to flow from cows they never touched. The milk would gather into vessels without a single hand upon the animal. Again, this was rooted in common belief, but her version was vivid. She described the weight of the milk, the froth, the warmth of it, as though she had stood there in the dimness watching it rise. And then she spoke of the Queen of the Fairies. This is where her confession becomes something almost otherworldly. Gaudy claimed she had seen and conversed with the Queen of Elfland, a radiant and terrifying being who dwelt in hills that were not entirely hills. She said the fair folk were neither wholly good nor wholly evil, but powerful and dangerous. She described travelling with them through what she called fairy knows, mounds that concealed realms beneath the earth. These journeys were not described as dreams. She insisted they were real excursions into another kingdom, one where time moved differently and where human rules did not apply. She even recounted an encounter in which she saw the devil quarrel with the Queen of the Fairies, as though two rival monarchs were disputing territory. The image is extraordinary. Satan himself bickering with a fairy queen in some liminal Scottish twilight. It sounds absurd when stated plainly, yet when you read her words in sequence, delivered calmly and consistently over 4 separate confessions, it begins to feel less absurd and more like the internal logic of a mind fully convinced. And still she continued. She described weather magic, raising storms, drowning ships, blighting crops. She said the coven would kneel on the shoreline, dipping rags into the sea and twisting them while chanting, thereby summoning gales that would smash vessels against rocks. In a coastal nation where storms were common and ships were fragile, such claims would not have seemed entirely impossible. Coincidence would do the rest. What strikes me most is her composure in these confessions. The records do not describe a raving woman, they describe a steady one. She recited charms in rhyme. She offered corrections when scribes misheard her. She elaborated when asked. It is the calmness that unnerves me. If she were merely hysterical, one might dismiss it. But she sounded organized, and through all of it, she never retracted her pact. She never begged for mercy in the fragments we have. She spoke as though she were documenting a life that had already crossed some irreversible threshold. By the time her second confession concluded, the ministers listening to her must have realized they were no longer dealing with ordinary superstition. They were confronted with a narrative so layered, so filled with internal structure, that it either represented an imagination of staggering power or something else entirely. By the time Isabel Gowdy delivered her third confession, the story had grown teeth. It was no longer simply about gatherings and curses or milk stolen from unseen udders. It became something visceral, physical. She began to describe the mechanics of transformation in a way that makes the skin prickle even now, because she did not speak in metaphor. She spoke as though the human body were merely a garment one might shrug off. She insisted that when she became a hare, she did not merely imagine it. She felt her arms shorten and harden into forelegs, felt her spine contract, her vision widen and flatten. She described the terror of being hunted in that form, pursued by dogs whose teeth she could hear snapping inches from her body. Once, she claimed, she was struck by a greyhound and barely escaped with her life, scrambling into a burrow and whispering the return charm before the hounds could tear her apart. When she emerged back into human shape, she said, she bore bruises where the animal had struck her. She offered this not as theatre, but as testimony. The returning charm, she repeated carefully, so the clerk could write it correctly, was as precise as the one for departure. To come back from a hare, she would say, "Hare, hare, God send thee care. I am in a hare's likeness now, but I shall be in a woman's likeness even now." The rhythm of it is unsettling. It carries the cadence of nursery rhyme, but the intention is far from innocent. She gave similar words for becoming a cat, for taking the shape of a crow. Each incantation carried the devil's name within it, a deliberate invocation, a constant reminder that these changes were not natural gifts, but borrowed ones. She claimed that in animal form, she could slip through doors, overhear conversations, spy upon neighbours who would never suspect the creature crouched on their threshold was once a woman from Aldern. It is an extraordinary detail because it transforms witchcraft from distant superstition into intimate surveillance. Imagine believing that the black cat in your yard might be your neighbour, listening to your quarrels. In a village already tense with suspicion, such an idea would spread like rot. Then there were the punishments. Gowdy said the devil did not tolerate failure. If a witch neglected her duties, if she missed a meeting or bungled a curse, he would beat her. She described these beatings with unnerving calm, saying he would strike them with what she called an iron rod until they were sore and ashamed. She claimed he sometimes marked them, leaving bruises invisible to others but known to the coven. She described him as jealous, quick to anger, yet strangely attentive, as though he kept careful track of each witch's loyalty. She also described the coven's own hierarchy. Each group of 13 had a maiden, a leader of sorts, who would answer directly to the devil. Gowdy named her own maiden and spoke of disputes between companies. It was not a chaotic cult of hysteria in her telling. It was bureaucratic, ordered, almost corporate in its evil. That detail is what unsettles me most, because it suggests a mind building a system, not simply inventing chaos. And then she spoke of the clay images. She confessed that the witches would fashion small figures from clay or wax to represent those they wished to harm. They would pierce these effigies with pins, chanting over them, and bury them in specific places so that sickness would take hold in the person represented. She named individuals she had supposedly targeted. She claimed responsibility for wasting illnesses and sudden pains that had afflicted her neighbours. Whether these ailments were coincidence or whether she simply absorbed blame for common misfortune, we cannot know. But in a 17th century community where disease was poorly understood, her words would have landed like stones. Perhaps the most chilling detail of all is her description of the devil's voice. She said it was rough and cold, but not booming, not theatrical. He spoke plainly, sometimes even casually. He would greet them with, "Welcome, my children," and dismiss them with instructions for their next malice. There is something deeply unsettling about evil presented without drama, as though it were a tradesman giving orders for the following week's work. By her fourth confession, she began repeating herself, but not because she faltered. She seemed determined that every word be preserved. She corrected the scribes when they miswrote her charms. She added flourishes when memory returned. She described dancing in circles under the moon, the witches holding hands while the devil played music, not from an instrument, but from the air itself. She said they would sometimes feast on food that tasted real but dissolved into ash when daylight came. She spoke of nights that felt longer than any natural night should be. And then, abruptly, the records end. There is no formal execution document bearing her name, no parish record detailing her death. Most historians assume she was strangled and burned, as was common practice in Scotland at the time, but the silence is strange. It is as though Isabel Gowdy stepped forward, delivered 4 astonishing confessions filled with elves, shape-shifting pacts and storms, and then vanished into smoke without a trace. What lingers is not proof of witchcraft, it is the enormity of her imagination, or perhaps the enormity of her belief. Some scholars argue she was mentally ill. Others suggest she wove folklore into confession to satisfy interrogators. But there is no clear evidence of torture in her case, which makes her elaborate detail even more baffling. Why invent so much when simpler lies would have sufficed? When I read her testimony, I am struck by how modern it feels in structure and yet how ancient in content. She constructed a world beneath the visible one, a parallel Scotland of fairy courts and demonic sermons, of animal skins and whispered chants. She described it not as fantasy, but as lived experience. And the most disturbing thought of all is this: if she was delusional, then her mind produced one of the most intricate supernatural narratives ever recorded. And if she was not? There is a tendency, when reading old confessions, to stand at a comfortable distance and label everything as hysteria, delusion, performance. It keeps the world neat. It keeps the past manageable. But if you sit with Isabel Gaudi's words long enough, something shifts. The consistency of her detail begins to feel less like invention and more like recollection. Not frantic invention, recollection. That is the part that lingers with me. She did not contradict herself in any significant way across 4 confessions. The structure of the coven remained the same. The names remained the same. The rituals followed the same order. Even her descriptions of the devil's appearance stayed consistent, down to the coldness of his skin and the peculiar shape of his feet. If she were improvising, one might expect errors, hesitation, embellishment that spirals out of control. Instead, what we have reads like someone describing a life she has actually lived. She said the first time she renounced her baptism, she did so kneeling, placing one hand upon her head and the other upon her heart, while the devil asked her to deny God and Christ. She spoke the words deliberately. She remembered them. She said he then marked her on the shoulder, and that the mark did not bleed as an ordinary wound would. It stung, but it did not flow freely. That detail is strange, almost clinical. She was not trying to be theatrical. She was trying to be precise. She also insisted that the fair folk were not mere spirits, but flesh of a different kind. She described the Queen of Elfland as luminous, beautiful, yet somehow wrong taller than ordinary women, and dressed in green that shimmered even in darkness. She claimed the fair folk lived within the hills, in dwellings lit without flame. She described music that did not seem to come from instruments, but from the air itself, harmonies that made the heart ache. When she spoke of these journeys, she did not describe terror. She described awe. It is worth pausing on that. Awe. She seemed genuinely impressed by what she had witnessed. Not always afraid, not always coerced. There is a passage in which she recounts standing at the mouth of a fairy mound while a procession passed by. Figures smaller than humans but not childlike, carrying lights that glowed blue. She said time felt different there, that hours passed like moments, that when she returned to the ordinary world, the sky had shifted more than she expected. These are not the words of someone merely parroting demonology manuals. They feel experiential. Then there is the matter of physical marks. She claimed that after certain gatherings she would wake with bruises in places she did not remember injuring. She said once, after a night spent dancing in the devil's company, she found her feet blistered as though she had walked miles across rough ground. She told her interrogators that others in the coven bore similar signs. One woman had scratches across her back, another complained of soreness in her arms as if she had laboured all night. Could this be psychosomatic suggestion? Perhaps. But it is equally possible that something else was occurring. Something ritualistic. Something hidden from the daylight parish. Her description of weatherworking also carries a curious conviction. She did not simply say they summoned storms. She described standing by the shore, twisting wet rags while chanting, feeling the wind answer almost immediately. She said the sea would darken, that waves would rise unnaturally fast, that she once saw, from a hill, a ship struggling against a gale she believed she had helped create. If storms followed those nights by coincidence, one can imagine how belief would solidify into certainty. But here is the detail that makes me hesitate before dismissing her entirely. She spoke of seeing the devil and the Queen of the Fairies together only once, arguing. The devil, she said, accused the fair folk of stealing souls that belonged to him. The Queen laughed at him and called him greedy. It is an absurd image on the surface, yet it reveals something profound. In her worldview, the supernatural was not a single unified force. It was layered, competitive, complex. That complexity is difficult to fake convincingly without slipping into contradiction. She also described moments of fear, real fear. She said there were times she regretted her pact, moments when she sensed she had bound herself to something she could not control. She claimed that during one gathering, the devil's eyes appeared entirely black, without whites, and that when he looked at her, she felt as though he could see not only her body, but every thought she had ever had. That detail does not feel like folklore. It feels intimate. What if she had experiences that she genuinely interpreted as supernatural? Sleep paralysis, trance states, dissociation, group suggestion. Those explanations are comfortable, modern. But imagine being a woman in rural Scotland in 1662 with no framework for neurology or psychology. If you experienced visions, voices, altered states, what vocabulary would you use? You would use the language available to you. Devil, elf, queen, pact. Yet the lingering question remains, why confess at all? She was not dragged screaming into court on flimsy accusation. She began speaking, and once she began, she poured out detail as though unburdening herself. It reads almost like relief, as though she had carried this double life for years and finally reached a point where silence was heavier than danger. Some scholars have suggested she may have been seeking notoriety, or perhaps martyrdom, but there is no grandstanding in her tone, no plea for fame, no attempt to appear heroic. She simply narrates, and then, after the fourth confession, she disappears from the record. Most likely, she was executed quietly, strangled before being burned, as was customary in Scotland. If so, she would have died believing the world she described was real, believing the Queen of Elfland existed, believing the devil would meet her again, unless she was right. It is easy to scoff at shape-shifting and fairy courts. it is harder to dismiss the possibility that human consciousness, especially in tightly knit, belief-saturated communities, can open doors we do not fully understand. If multiple women met secretly at night, performed rituals, entered trance states together, reinforced each other's visions, what might they have experienced? Shared hallucination? Collective spiritual encounter? Something older than Christianity itself? Isabel Godey's confession is often treated as a curiosity, a footnote in witchcraft history. I think that's too small a container for it. Her testimony reads like a map to another Scotland layered beneath the visible one, a Scotland of hidden hills, animal skins, and whispered bargains. There is something unfinished about Isabel Godey's story, and it is not merely the absence of an execution record. It is the sense that she opened a door in 1662, and no one ever quite managed to close it again. Her words did not fade with her body. They remained inked into paper, copied, translated, studied, debated, and yet for all the scholarship, the heart of it remains raw and strange. After her fourth confession, the surviving documents fall silent. We do not have a transcript of a sentencing. We do not have a burial entry. In 17th century Scotland, that likely means her end was swift and unceremonious. Strangled at the stake before the fire was lit, her body reduced to ash while parishioners stood at a careful distance. If that is what happened, then the last person to hear her speak would have carried those chants and visions home in their head that night, perhaps glancing uneasily at the hills. Aldern itself did not vanish. The fields remained. The kirk remained. The wind still moved across the Moray Firth in the same long sigh it makes today. But something about the place became heavier. Even now people walk those hills and point to Fairy Nose, the grassy mounds that dot the landscape, and say the old stories are not entirely stories. Scotland has always been a country comfortable with thin places, with the idea that certain stretches of land are membranes rather than walls. Isabel's confessions sit precisely at that membrane. If she invented everything, then she possessed one of the most astonishing imaginations ever recorded in a legal document. She constructed a supernatural cosmology that was internally consistent, layered, and emotionally textured. She described politics within the other world, rivalries between infernal and fairy courts, operational details of malefic magic, chants in rhythmic form, and physical sensations that feel eerily embodied. That is not the work of a lazy liar. If she was delusional, then her mind accessed archetypes so deeply embedded in Scottish culture that they flowed out fully formed. The fair folk, the devil, shape-shifting, weather magic. These were not isolated fantasies, but part of a shared mythic vocabulary, and yet she arranged them with a specificity that feels personal. She did not simply repeat what she had heard, she elaborated. And this is the uncomfortable possibility, if she experienced something genuinely anomalous, something that defies tidy explanation, then we are left with a woman who tried, in the only language available to her, to describe encounters with a reality most of us will never see. The detail that refuses to leave me is the way she spoke of time in Elfland. She implied that hours could fold into minutes, that returning from the hills felt disorienting, as though she had stepped across a seam. Modern readers might reach for words like dissociation, trance, altered state. But even those terms are placeholders. They explain the mechanism without touching the experience. Her charms to become a hare still echo oddly in the mind. The idea that a woman could crouch in bracken and feel her bones change is absurd, and yet the image is vivid. You can almost picture her running across a moonlit field, pursued by dogs, heart hammering in a body not quite human. Whether literal or psychological, the transformation feels real in the telling. Then there is her calm. She did not scream about demons. She did not claim to be attacked against her will. She described allegiance, participation. She admitted to harm. There is something chilling about that composure. It denies us the comfort of seeing her purely as victim. She placed herself inside the machinery of the supernatural and described how it worked. It is easy to forget that 1662 was not a cartoonish age of ignorance. These were communities that understood weather patterns, livestock breeding, the rhythm of seasons. They were not fools, and yet they also believed the hills could open. They believed illness could be shot from an invisible arrow. They believed milk could be stolen without a hand touching the cow. In that world, Isabel Gaudi's story would not have sounded impossible. It would have sounded dangerous. There is a theory, whispered by some folklorists, that Gaudi's confession preserved fragments of a pre-Christian belief system that survived in secret. That what she described as the devil may have been a distorted memory of older, horned deities. That the queen of the fairies was not merely a hallucination, but an echo of something far older than the Kirk. If that is true, then her confession becomes less about madness and more about collision. Ancient belief meeting rigid theology. And then there is the simplest possibility, that she believed every word she spoke. Belief, when held strongly enough, alters perception. It shapes experience. It can make shadows move and winds answer. If Isabel Gaudi entered the hills convinced they were inhabited, perhaps her mind furnished them accordingly. Or perhaps something answered because she knocked. We cannot interrogate her now. We cannot cross-examine the devil she described, nor summon the Queen of Elfland to clarify the dispute over souls. What we have are her words, preserved with surprising care, words that still feel alive. When I think about her, I do not picture a caricature of a witch. I picture a woman standing in a small stone kirk, candlelight flickering against cold walls, calmly recounting a life that ran parallel to the one her neighbours thought they knew. I imagine the minister listening, unsure whether he was hearing blasphemous fantasy or a glimpse into something he dared not fully deny. And I imagine the hills around Old Erne at dusk, their slopes soft and unremarkable, until you consider what might lie beneath. Not tunnels of soil and rock, but layers of story, layers of belief, perhaps even layers of reality. Isabel Gaudi stepped forward and said she had walked those layers, that she had flown, shifted, bargained, and witnessed courts beneath the earth. Whether we call it possession, delusion, or revelation, her testimony remains one of the most intricate supernatural accounts ever recorded in Britain. 4 confessions, 6 weeks, hundreds of details, no retraction, and then silence. If you ever find yourself in the Scottish Highlands and you pass a grassy mound that looks too deliberate to be natural, you might remember her words. You might glance at it a second longer than necessary, not because you believe entirely, but because somewhere in the back of your mind a small, rational voice has gone quiet. And another, older voice is wondering what would happen if you spoke the charm correctly. That is the legacy of Isabel Godey. Not proof, not certainty, but a story so detailed, so composed, so unnervingly complete, that dismissing it outright feels almost as foolish as believing it whole. And perhaps that is exactly where she wanted us. In the quiet town of Westfield, New Jersey, there is a house that most people would drive past without a second glance. It sits on a long, leafy street, lined with comfortable homes built in the early 20th century. The address is 657 Boulevard, a large Dutch colonial house built in 1905. At first glance it looks perfectly ordinary, perhaps even charming, but in the summer of 2014 it became the centre of one of the strangest and most unsettling stalking cases in modern American history. The story begins with a family who believed they had finally found their dream home. Derek and Maria Broaddus had been searching for years for a place where they could raise their 3 young children, and when they saw the house at 657 Boulevard, they were immediately drawn to it. The property had a long, quiet history in the neighbourhood, and had belonged to the same family for decades. It had large rooms, a generous backyard, and the sort of solid early century construction that gave the building a feeling of permanence. After some negotiation, they purchased the house in June of 2014 for approximately $1.355 million, which in Westfield was considered a fairly typical price for a large historic home. At that point, nothing about the purchase seemed unusual. The previous owners, a family named the Woods, had lived in the house for more than 20 years and had raised their own children there. When they finally decided to move, the sale seemed like a routine passing of the torch from one family to another. The Broadduses began planning small renovations before moving in, repainting a few rooms and replacing some fixtures, while the house was still empty. It was during this quiet period, when the family was only visiting the property occasionally to prepare it, that the first letter arrived. Derek Broaddus had been at the house one evening doing some work when he walked out to check the mailbox near the curb. Among the usual advertisements and circulars was a single white envelope addressed simply to the new owner. The writing was done in thick black marker, the letters uneven and slightly cramped, and the envelope had been sent through the postal service rather than dropped directly into the box. At first, Derek assumed it was a friendly welcome from one of the neighbours, which would not have been unusual in a town like Westfield. But the moment he opened the letter, he realised that whatever this was, it was not a welcome note. The message began politely enough, almost old-fashioned in tone, as if written by someone who enjoyed formality. The first line read, "Dearest new neighbour at 657 Boulevard, allow me to welcome you to the neighbourhood." The writer went on to mention that the house was approaching its 110th birthday, which was a strangely specific detail to include in a casual greeting. Then the letter took a turn. that made Derek pause where he stood beneath the porch light. My grandfather watched the house since 1920s, the letter said, and my father watched in the 1960s. It is now my time. The sentence hung there in an unsettling way, as though the writer were describing a family duty rather than a hobby or a joke. The letter continued with a tone that suggested the house itself had been under observation for decades, as though it were some kind of object of interest passed from one generation to the next. 657 Boulevard has been the subject of my family for decades now, and as it approaches its 110th birthday, I have been put in charge of watching and waiting for its second coming. That phrase, its second coming, seemed particularly strange. Derek reread the line several times, unsure what it was supposed to mean. The writer seemed to be speaking about the house as if it were a living thing with a destiny of its own, something waiting to be awakened. Then the letter became more personal. I see you have flooded 657 Boulevard with contractors so that you can destroy the house as it was supposed to be. This was an unsettling observation because it was entirely true. Derek had hired several contractors to do minor renovation work, and there had indeed been a steady stream of trucks and workers moving in and out of the driveway. Anyone living nearby could have noticed that activity, but the letter made it sound as though the writer had been watching closely. The next passage made Derek feel an entirely different kind of unease. I see already that you have brought young blood into the house. The phrase young blood appeared several times throughout the letter, and each time it seemed more disturbing than the last. The writer continued by referring directly to the Broadus children, though not by name. You have children, the letter said. I have seen them. Derek tried to think of when the children might have been visible to neighbours. They had visited the house briefly after the purchase, running through the yard and exploring the empty rooms, but they had not spent very long there. The letter suggested someone had been watching closely enough to notice them during those short visits. Perhaps a young blood will wake me up, the letter continued. Will the young blood play in the basement, or are they too afraid to go down there alone? The wording was strange and theatrical, as though the writer were deliberately trying to sound mysterious, but it was also undeniably unsettling. There was a suggestion that the children themselves had some kind of role in whatever strange story the writer believed about the house. The letter then asked a question that seemed deeply intrusive. I would like to know the names of the young blood. By the time Derek reached the bottom of the page, the polite tone of the opening line felt almost mocking. The writer signed the letter with a title rather than a name. The Watcher. Derek stood quietly for several moments holding the paper in his hands, listening to the distant sounds of traffic and evening insects along the boulevard. The house behind him was dark and empty, its tall windows reflecting the faint glow of the street lights, and for the first time since buying the property, he felt a faint but unmistakable sense that something about the place was wrong. When he brought the letter home and showed it to Maria, her reaction was immediate and far less uncertain. She did not laugh or dismiss it as a joke, and she did not treat it as a harmless oddity from a strange neighbour. Instead, she read the letter slowly from beginning to end, then looked up and said that they should call the police. Westfield police responded quickly and took the situation seriously from the start. An officer came to the house and read the letter carefully, noting the odd phrasing and the references to the children. The officer suggested that the family avoid discussing the letter with neighbours for the time being, since the writer might very well be someone living on the same street. He also made a suggestion that Derek later remembered very clearly. He advised the family not to file any official change of address forms yet, since doing so would make their names easily accessible through public records. If the person writing the letters was watching the house, the officer reasoned, there was no need to give them additional information. The envelope and letter were collected as evidence and sent for forensic examination. Investigators hoped that fingerprints or DNA might reveal something about the identity of the person calling themselves the Watcher. At that stage, the Broaddus family still assumed the matter would be resolved fairly quickly. The letter was disturbing, certainly, but it seemed possible that a neighbour with an odd sense of humour had decided to play a prank on the new owners. The police would investigate, identify the culprit, and the matter would quietly come to an end. But only a few days later, another letter arrived, and this one made it clear that whoever was writing these messages had not only been watching the house, but had been doing so for quite some time. The second letter began in a tone that sounded almost pleased. "Welcome again to your new home at 657 Boulevard." The writer then mentioned the previous owners by name. "The Woods family gave you the house. It was their time to move on and kindly sell it when I asked them to." The suggestion that the Watcher had somehow asked the Woods family to sell the house was obviously absurd, but it revealed something unsettling about the writer's mindset. Whoever was writing these letters seemed to believe they had a personal relationship with the house itself. The letter continued with the same strange references to the children. "I asked the Woods to bring me young blood, and it looks like they listened." The phrase was so unsettling that Maria later said she felt physically ill reading it. It sounded less like a joke and more like someone speaking in the language of a private obsession. The letter then made a statement that alarmed the family even more. "I am pleased to know your names now, and the name of the young blood you have brought to me." This was deeply disturbing because the Broaddus family had never introduced themselves to the neighbours and had never publicly shared the names of their children in connection with the house. Somehow the writer had learned those names anyway. The letter closed with another unsettling question. Have they found what is in the walls yet? and once again it was signed in the same strange way. The Watcher. By the time the second letter was finished, the situation had transformed from a strange curiosity into something far more serious, and the Broadus family began to realize that whoever was writing these letters might truly be watching the house, and the very disturbing final letter that suggested the Watcher might be inside the neighborhood, or even inside the house's history itself. After the second letter arrived, the situation began to change in a subtle but unmistakable way. What had first seemed like an odd and possibly isolated message now looked more like the beginning of a pattern, and the Broadus family found themselves looking at the house on Boulevard with a kind of cautious suspicion. The property itself had not changed. The porch still faced the quiet street. The trees still shaded the lawn, and the neighborhood remained as peaceful as ever. But the letters had introduced a new presence into the story, an unseen observer who seemed to know far more than any stranger reasonably should. The police investigation continued, though progress was slow and uncertain. Detectives began by examining the envelope and letter carefully, hoping to find something that might identify the sender. The envelope had been processed through the postal system at a nearby Kearney, New Jersey distribution center, which meant the writer had likely mailed it from somewhere within northern New Jersey. The handwriting on the envelope was analyzed, but nothing about it was distinctive enough to lead investigators toward a particular suspect. Forensic technicians attempted to recover DNA from the envelope flap, which had been sealed with saliva. They were able to extract a partial profile, and the results suggested that the DNA likely belonged to a female, or at least someone with female chromosomes. That detail immediately complicated the investigation, because the earliest suspicion among police had been that the letters were written by a strange or obsessive man living nearby. Now the possibility existed that the sender might be a woman, or at the very least that someone else had sealed the envelopes for the writer. Police began interviewing neighbors along Boulevard and the surrounding streets. Many residents were shocked by the story and insisted they had never experienced anything similar in the neighborhood. Westfield had long been known as a quiet commuter town, a place where people moved specifically to escape the anxieties of city life. The idea that someone might be stalking a house and writing cryptic letters about children and blood seemed deeply out of place. But there were still a few individuals who attracted particular attention. Directly next door to 657 Boulevard lived a family named Langford, who had occupied their house for many years. One of the adult sons, Michael Langford, was in his 40s and had lived in the home most of his life. Neighbours sometimes described him as a quiet and somewhat eccentric man who rarely worked and spent much of his time indoors. When police learned about the strange letters, they briefly considered the possibility that Langford might be responsible. Detectives interviewed him and obtained handwriting samples. They also searched the Langford home with permission from the family. Nothing was found that connected him to the letters, and the handwriting did not match the envelopes, With no physical evidence linking him to the crime, the suspicion faded, though some neighbours continued to wonder privately whether someone living very close to the house might still be involved. Meanwhile, the Broadus family continued to receive letters. One arrived not long after workers had replaced some of the lighting fixtures inside the house and updated parts of the kitchen. The letter seemed aware that changes were being made to the interior. "I see that you have changed the house," the Watcher wrote. "Why?" The tone of the message suggested something like disapproval, as though the renovations were a violation of the building's history. 657 Boulevard was crying from all the pain it is going through. The writer described the house in almost human terms, as if it could experience suffering when walls were opened or fixtures replaced. It was an oddly sentimental perspective for someone who was simultaneously sending threatening letters about the children living there. The message then returned once again to the subject of the Broadus children. "You have brought young blood to the house," the Watcher wrote. "Once I know their names, I will call to them and draw them to me." Maria Broadus later said that this line was the moment when the entire situation shifted from unsettling to truly frightening. The implication that someone might try to draw the children toward them sounded less like a metaphor and more like a threat. The letter continued with another strange question. "Have they found what is in the walls yet?" The phrase had appeared in earlier letters as well, and investigators struggled to determine what the writer might mean. There was no evidence of anything hidden inside the walls of the house, nor had any of the contractors discovered unusual objects while doing renovation work. The sentence seemed designed purely to provoke fear, suggesting that the house contained some secret waiting to be discovered. Another line was perhaps the most unsettling of all. "I pass by many times a day. 657 Boulevard is my job, my life, my obsession." The casual admission that the writer passed the house many times a day meant that whoever was sending these letters could easily be someone walking along Boulevard, perhaps a neighbour, a commuter, or someone living only a few houses away. The Broadus family now faced a difficult decision. The police had advised them to delay moving into the house while the investigation continued, but the longer they waited, the more complicated their situation became. They had already sold their previous home, and their belongings were in storage while they stayed temporarily with relatives. At the same time, the letters had made the idea of living at 657 Boulevard deeply uncomfortable. To strengthen the investigation, the Broadus family hired their own private investigator to examine the neighbourhood and search for possible suspects. The investigator spent weeks studying the history of the street, speaking with residents, and quietly observing activity around the house. One theory suggested that the Watcher might be someone who had grown up nearby and developed an unhealthy fascination with the property over time. Another theory was even stranger. Some investigators wondered whether the letters might be connected to the long history of the house itself. The building had been standing for more than a century, and it had passed through several families during that time. Perhaps someone from a previous generation had developed an obsession with the house and passed that obsession down to their children, exactly as the letters claimed. Police also consulted a former FBI profiler, hoping that the language of the letters might reveal something about the writer's personality. The profiler concluded that the Watcher was likely someone who lived nearby and felt a sense of ownership over the house despite not actually owning it. The letters suggested resentment toward the renovations and an almost protective attitude toward the building's original structure. At the same time, the references to the children suggested someone who enjoyed frightening the family. But the profiler also noted something unusual about the tone of the letters. They were not written with the chaotic anger typical of many stalkers or threatening individuals. Instead, the language was oddly theatrical, almost as if the writer were deliberately constructing a strange mythology around the house. And then another letter arrived. This one began with an unsettling greeting. "Where have you gone to?" The Watcher seemed aware that the Broadus family had not moved into the house. 657 Boulevard is missing you. The letter continued with the same unsettling tone of familiarity. "Did you need to fill the house with the young blood I requested?" It was difficult to tell whether the writer believed this bizarre narrative or was simply trying to create a sense of dread. The message then included another line that investigators found particularly disturbing. "I will find out." The simplicity of that statement made it feel more threatening than any of the elaborate phrases that had come before it. The letter closed with a final remark. "All the windows and doors in 657 Boulevard allow me to watch you and track you as you move through the house." At that moment, the Broadus family realized that whoever was writing these letters might truly believe they were watching the house constantly, whether from a nearby property or from somewhere along the street. And with that realization came an even more troubling possibility. If the Watcher was telling the truth, then the person responsible might not be some distant stranger or random prankster. The Watcher might be someone living very close to the house, perhaps even someone they had already met. By the time the third letter arrived, the house at 657 Boulevard had begun to feel less like a new home and more like the center of an invisible siege. The Broadus family had still not moved in, and every trip to the property felt tense and uncertain. The windows were dark most nights, the driveway empty, yet the presence of the Watcher hung over the house like a silent neighbor whose eyes could not quite be located. The new letter opened with a tone that sounded almost mocking, as though the writer were amused by the family's hesitation. "Where have you gone to?" the Watcher asked. 657 Boulevard is missing you." The writer seemed to be aware that the house was still empty, and that the family had delayed moving in. The letter continued with an oddly possessive tone, describing the house as though it belonged not to the Broadus family, but to the Watcher, and the strange generational duty the letters had already described. "Did you need to fill the house with the young blood I requested?" the writer asked again, repeating the phrase that had become the most disturbing feature of the letters. The wording suggested a bizarre belief that the children themselves had some kind of importance to the house, or to the Watcher's strange ritual of observation. The letter then contained a line that police later described as particularly unsettling. "I watch and wait for the day when the young blood will be mine again." The sentence was vague enough to avoid being a direct threat, yet the meaning behind it was deeply uncomfortable. Maria Broadus later said that this was the moment when she became certain that her children would never live in the house. The letter continued in the same peculiar style, describing the house almost as if it were a living creature with a personality and a memory. 657 Boulevard has been the subject of my family for decades now, the Watcher wrote again, repeating a line from the earlier messages. It has watched many families grow, and it longs for young blood. Investigators studying the letters noticed that the writer seemed almost obsessed with the passage of time and generations. The repeated references to the 1920s and the 1960s suggested that the Watcher believed their role had been passed down through a family line, though police never found evidence that any previous owners of the house had experienced similar letters. Despite the unsettling tone of the messages, the investigation continued to move slowly. Police interviewed dozens of neighbours, studied the history of the property, and examined potential suspects. But each lead seemed to fade into uncertainty. The Langford family next door remained a topic of speculation among investigators and journalists, but without physical evidence connecting them to the letters, the suspicion could not be taken any further. Meanwhile, the Broadus family hired additional help in their attempt to understand the situation. A second private investigator began studying the neighbourhood in greater detail, examining property records and historical documents to determine whether anyone had shown unusual interest in the house over the years. The investigator even spent nights quietly watching the street, hoping to catch someone lingering near the mailbox or approaching the property in an unusual way. Nothing suspicious appeared. The quiet, suburban street continued to look exactly as it always had, with neighbours walking dogs, children riding bicycles, and commuters leaving early each morning for the train station. If the Watcher truly lived somewhere nearby, they blended into the normal rhythm of the neighbourhood perfectly. At one point, the Broadus family considered a drastic solution. They explored the possibility of demolishing the house entirely and building a new home on the property. If the Watcher's obsession was truly focused on the old building itself, destroying it might bring the entire situation to an end. Plans were drawn up that would have replaced the century-old structure with two smaller modern homes on the same lot. But the proposal immediately caused conflict with the neighbours. Westfield had strict zoning regulations, and several nearby residents objected strongly to the idea of dividing the property into two houses. Public meetings were held, and the proposal was eventually rejected by the town's zoning board. The Broadus family was left with the unsettling reality that the house would remain exactly as it was, the same building that had apparently attracted the Watcher's attention in the first place. Over time, the financial pressure on the family began to grow. They were paying a mortgage on a house they could not bring themselves to live in, and the reputation of the property was spreading through the town and beyond. Journalists had begun reporting on the story, and the strange letters had become the subject of national curiosity. Some observers began to wonder whether the letters themselves might somehow be connected to the Broadus family. A small number of skeptics suggested that the entire situation might have been exaggerated or even staged in order to escape the purchase of the house after buyer's remorse. Investigators examined this theory carefully, but the police ultimately found no evidence that the family had written the letters themselves. In fact, the DNA recovered from the envelope seals appeared to come from someone outside the Broadus household, which strongly suggested that the Watcher truly was another person. Still, the uncertainty remained. As the months passed, the Broadus family attempted to rent the house to tenants in order to reduce the financial burden. For a time the plan seemed to work, but the uneasy reputation of the property continued to follow it. One evening another letter arrived, addressed once again to the occupants of 657 Boulevard. This letter was shorter than the others, but in some ways it was even more unsettling. "Violent winds and bitter cold," the Watcher wrote, opening with a strange poetic line. "To the vile and spiteful Derek and his wench of a wife, Maria." The tone had shifted from eerie curiosity to something more openly hostile. The writer accused the Broadus family of ruining the house and attempting to escape its influence. "You wonder who the Watcher is," the letter continued. "Turn around, idiots." The sentence was brief but chilling, implying that the person responsible might be somewhere close enough to see the house at that very moment. The letter ended, as always, with the same strange signature. "The Watcher." After that message, the letter stopped. Whether the Watcher lost interest, feared discovery, or simply decided the family had suffered enough remains unknown. The investigation continued quietly for several more years, but no conclusive suspect was ever identified. The DNA recovered from the envelopes never matched anyone in criminal databases, and no one in the neighborhood was ever formally charged. Eventually, the Broadus family made the difficult decision to sell the house. In 2019, the property at 657 Boulevard was sold for approximately $959,000, nearly $400,000 less than the price the family had originally paid. The financial loss was substantial, but it allowed them to finally leave the strange story behind. Perhaps the most unsettling detail of all came afterward. The new owners moved into the house quietly, and for years afterward there were no confirmed reports of new Watcher letters. The mailbox remained empty except for ordinary mail, and the strange presence that had haunted the Broadus family seemed to vanish as mysteriously as it had appeared. Even now, the identity of the Watcher remains unknown. No arrests were ever made, no confession was ever discovered, and the strange obsession described in those letters has never been fully explained. The house still stands on Boulevard in Westfield, looking exactly as it always has. A quiet, early century home among many others. And somewhere in the history of that house there may still be someone who once believed it was their responsibility to watch it. Someone who signed their letters with a name that still echoes uneasily through the story. The Watcher. There is a valley in Canada's Northwest Territories that has carried a reputation for more than a century, and it did not earn it through rumour alone. The Nahanni Valley lies deep within what is now the Nahanni National Park Reserve, a vast protected wilderness roughly the size of Switzerland. It is remote even by northern standards. Sheer limestone canyons slice through forested plateaus. The South Nahanni River carves violent rapids between walls that rise nearly 1,000 metres. In winter, temperatures fall below -40. In summer, the terrain becomes a labyrinth of muskeg, dense spruce, and grizzly territory. For much of recorded history, reaching it required weeks of travel by river or bush plain, and even today, it remains one of the least accessible regions in North America. Long before prospectors entered the valley, the Dene people had stories about it. They called it Natsicho, often translated as the Mountain of the Porcupine, and referred to parts of the surrounding area as a place to avoid. There were stories of a tribe known as the Naha, described as mountain-dwelling warriors who descended without warning and vanished just as suddenly. Oral traditions speak of conflict and disappearance, though, as with most early accounts, separating history from legend is difficult. What matters is that when European explorers and gold seekers arrived in the late 19th century, they were entering a place already regarded with caution. The modern legend of the Valley of the Headless Men begins during the Klondike Gold Rush. In the 1890s and early 1900s, thousands of men moved north into the Yukon and Northwest Territories, chasing rumours of gold. Some were experienced miners, many were not. A few looked at maps and noticed the Nahanni River cutting through an enormous unprospected region. It seemed plausible that gold could be there. Its isolation made it attractive. Few had searched it thoroughly. Fewer still had survived long enough to report findings. In 1904, two brothers, Frank and Willie MacLeod, entered the Nahanni Valley. They were experienced trappers and prospectors from Alberta. They were not reckless amateurs. The brothers had heard stories of gold along a tributary later named Deadmen Valley. They packed supplies, travelled upriver, and disappeared. For 3 years there was no word. In 1908, a search party discovered their remains near their camp. Both bodies were found close to a small shelter they had built. Their skeletons were partially intact. Their skulls were missing. The detail that hardened the legend was not simply that they were dead, it was that their heads were gone. Accounts vary on the precise positioning of the bodies, but early reports claim one skeleton was found sitting upright against a tree, a rifle nearby, as though the man had died waiting. The skulls were not located in the immediate area. No clear evidence of animal scavenging was documented at the time, though record keeping was not forensic by modern standards. The brothers had vanished into a region already feared, and when they were finally found, they appeared to confirm the worst suspicions. Word spread quickly through northern mining camps. Newspapers picked up the story. Remote wilderness already unsettled most men. Decapitation elevated the fear. It suggested violence, not mere exposure or starvation. Within a few years, more disappearances followed. In 1917, a Swiss prospector named Martin Jorgensen entered the valley with his wife. He established a small cabin near the flat river. The following year, a passing trapper noticed smoke damage and found the cabin burned to the ground. Inside were charred human remains believed to be Jorgensen's. Reports later claimed his skull was missing. Whether it was destroyed in the fire or removed before is not clearly documented. The ambiguity only deepened the myth. In 1928, another prospector, John O'Brien, was found dead in the valley. Once again, reports state that his body was headless. Some accounts say he was discovered in his sleeping bag. Others claim the head was missing, but possibly scattered by animals. Contemporary documentation is inconsistent. What is consistent is that by the late 1920s, the Nahanni Valley had acquired a pattern in public imagination. Men went in, and some were later found without heads. It is important to pause here and separate what's verified from what is embellished. Northern reporting in the early 20th century was unreliable. Bodies decomposed quickly in summer and were scattered by scavengers. Wolves, bears, and wolverines are capable of removing and carrying off skulls. Yet the repetition of the detail, skulls missing, was enough to solidify the valley's reputation. The Nahanni region is not a gentle landscape. The South Nahanni River includes Virginia Falls, which is twice the height of Niagara. The surrounding canyons are steep and unstable. Weather shifts quickly. A misstep can mean a fatal fall. A sprained ankle 30 miles from assistance can become a death sentence. Men prospecting alone faced grizzlies, hypothermia, river crossings, and isolation severe enough to erode judgment. But ordinary wilderness death does not create legends that last a century. The Nahanni's reputation endured because it accumulated stories faster than explanations. There were additional claims of vanished trappers, lost surveyors, and unidentified bodies found years after death. Some reports describe headless skeletons discovered decades later by pilots or hunters. Others describe camps abandoned mid-task, rifles leaning against trees, cooking utensils left out as if someone intended to return within minutes. The valley became known colloquially as the Headless Valley. It was a name that travelled south into newspapers and mining journals. By the 1930s, it had become shorthand for a cursed region. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated some of the deaths, but the remoteness limited what could be proven. There were no consistent signs of a serial killer. No documented hostile tribe remained in the area. The Naha people referenced in Diné stories had long since disappeared from record. and historians debate whether they were a distinct group or a mythologized enemy. Still, the pattern lingered. What interests me is not the sensational framing, but the convergence of factors. You have isolation severe enough to conceal almost anything. You have men operating alone for months. You have gold fever driving risk tolerance to irrational levels. And you have wildlife capable of reducing a body to bones quickly. Yet even accounting for these elements, the number of unexplained disappearances in a relatively concentrated area is difficult to dismiss entirely. The valley's geography compounds the mystery. Deadmen Valley, where the MacLeods were found, lies near the confluence of several tributaries. Dense forest restricts visibility. The terrain alternates between bog and rock. In some sections, limestone caves cut deep into the earth. There are thermal springs and sinkholes. A body could vanish into crevices rarely traversed by humans. Search parties in the early 1900s were small and poorly equipped. It is entirely possible that many remains were never found. There is also the psychological effect of prolonged wilderness isolation. Prospectors often worked alone for weeks, sometimes months. Journals from the era describe paranoia, auditory hallucinations, and extreme anxiety. When one man disappears and is later found decapitated by scavengers, the story grows in the retelling. Each subsequent death is filtered through that expectation. Yet, there are unsavory details that make one hesitate before dismissing everything as wildlife. Some reports claim the MacLeod brothers' bodies showed signs of deliberate separation at the neck vertebrae rather than random gnawing. Early accounts mention clean removal, though no autopsy reports survived to confirm this precisely. If true, that suggests human intervention. However, given the time elapsed before discovery and the lack of forensic preservation, such claims cannot be verified with certainty. Martin Jorgensen's burned cabin also raises questions. Cabins do burn accidentally. Lanterns fall, stoves overheat. But a burned structure with a decapitated body inside is an image that refuses to settle into mundane explanation. There are modern attempts to reframe the narrative. Many historians argue that the so-called headless men cases are exaggerated compilations of unrelated wilderness deaths. When records are examined individually, some lack firm confirmation that skulls were truly missing prior to animal disturbance. In several cases, the head may simply not have been recovered, and yet I find myself returning to the pattern of men found near their camps, not miles away, as one might expect from predation. The positioning suggests surprise, or violence close to home. If an animal killed them, it likely would have dragged remains some distance. If they froze to death, why the repeated absence of skulls in reports? One cannot ignore that the Nahanni Valley during that period was effectively lawless. A prospector who discovered another's gold claim might have motive. Murder in such a region would be difficult to investigate. A body left in remote terrain would degrade rapidly. Removing the head, whether out of ritual, fear of identification, or simple brutality, would amplify terror and deter competitors. There is no documented serial murderer linked to the valley, but absence of evidence in such terrain is not meaningful proof of absence. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police conducted patrols in the early 20th century, but coverage was thin. Travel could take weeks by canoe and portage. If someone intended to kill and disappear into that environment, they would have had opportunity. As the decades progressed, the valley's violent reputation slowly shifted into something broader, a place where people vanish, not always decapitated, sometimes simply gone. Pilots flying over dense forest spotted abandoned camps. Survey teams found skeletons too old to identify. Some were clearly accidental deaths. Others remained ambiguous. In 1978, the region was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, bringing greater attention and limited tourism. Even then, the park remained wild. Modern disappearances are rare compared to the early prospecting era, but the myth persists. Guides still recount the MacLeod brothers. The phrase "Valley of the Headless Men" still appears in travel writing. What fascinates me is how quickly a handful of grim discoveries can shape a landscape's identity for generations. A valley becomes a character, a river becomes an accomplice, and yet beneath the folklore, there are hard facts. Documented prospectors found without heads, burned cabins, skeletal remains near camps, and a cluster of deaths within a few decades that exceeded what one might expect from random misadventure alone. The Nahanni Valley does not offer a neat conclusion. It offers accumulation, a body here, a skull missing there, a fire, a rumour of a hostile mountain tribe, a pilot spotting bones from the air, a trapper vanishing between seasons. When you examine it long enough, the pattern feels less supernatural and more human. Greed, isolation, violence, exposure, animals doing what animals do. But there remains a stubborn unease in the repetition of decapitation reports. It is not a common detail in wilderness fatalities. Even allowing for scavengers, the specificity is striking. Perhaps the valley simply magnified every tragedy that occurred within it. Perhaps early reporters leaned into sensational phrasing. Or perhaps there was at least one individual who understood how effectively fear could protect territory. I have read the available historical accounts carefully. Many contradict each other. Dates shift, details morph. Yet the core remains stable. The MacLeods in 1908, Jorgensen's burned cabin, O'Brien's skeletal remains. These are not inventions. They are recorded events. And they occurred in one of the most remote and unforgiving landscapes on the continent. In the next section, I want to examine each primary case in detail, including original reporting, geography, and what modern investigators believe likely happened. I also want to explore the Dina oral traditions about the Naha and whether any historical group could plausibly intersect with the prospector's timeline. Because the legend of headless men is compelling, but the truth, whatever it is, will be rooted in specific lives, specific camps, and specific acts. And those details are far more unsettling than any myth. Frank and Willie MacLeod were not greenhorns wandering north on romantic impulse. They were seasoned outdoorsmen from Edmonton who had trapped and prospected across Western Canada. When they entered the Nahanni region in 1904, they did so with experience enough to survive most of what the wilderness could offer. That is what makes their deaths the foundation of this story, rather than just another tragic footnote from the gold rush era. The brothers reportedly travelled up the South Nahanni River and established a base in what later became known as Deadmen Valley. Contemporary accounts state that they built a rough cabin or shelter and intended to prospect nearby tributaries. They were not heard from again for 3 years. In remote country, that delay was not unusual. Communication was slow, and men often overwintered without sending word. It was only when fellow prospectors failed to encounter them season after season that concern solidified. In 1908, a search party located their remains. The skeletal remains were found near their camp. According to early reports, one of the bodies was discovered sitting upright against a tree, as if he had died while keeping watch. A rifle was allegedly found nearby. Both skeletons were missing their skulls. That is the line that has echoed for more than a century. Both skeletons were missing their skulls. There are no surviving autopsy records, no preserved remains, no detailed forensic photographs. The skulls were never formally catalogued as recovered. What we have are written descriptions in newspapers and mining journals that describe the scene in sober but unmistakable language. Now, when a body decomposes in wilderness, scavengers begin with soft tissue. The neck is vulnerable. Ligaments degrade. Vertebrae separate. A wolf or bear can detach a skull. A wolverine can carry bones considerable distances. It is entirely plausible that animals removed the heads after death. What complicates matters is that the skeletons were reportedly found relatively intact otherwise. If scavengers had sufficient time to remove and carry off skulls, one might expect more widespread disarticulation. But we must be careful here. Memory reshapes scenes. Early journalists often emphasize the dramatic. It is possible that the skulls were simply not immediately visible, and that absence became shorthand for something more sinister. Yet there is an element that unsettles me: the positioning. One body upright against a tree suggests the man did not die in a violent struggle that scattered him across terrain. It suggests either sudden incapacitation or perhaps execution. If the brothers were ambushed, they might have been shot at close range. Gunshot wounds to the torso or head would not necessarily be obvious on skeletal remains without forensic analysis. If someone then removed the heads deliberately, it would create precisely the legend that followed. The Nahanni in the early 1900s was not empty. Prospectors moved quietly through it. Some guarded their claims fiercely. Gold was not merely valuable, it was survival and status. Claim jumping was common throughout the Klondike region. There are documented instances elsewhere of violence over disputed ground. If the MacLeods had struck promising colour in Deadmen Valley, it would have been known to those who crossed paths with them. A man willing to kill for gold would understand that decapitation and disappearance would discourage investigation. However, there is no direct evidence of another prospector linked to their camp. No records describe spent shells, disturbed ground, or signs of struggle. The search party's account was brief and focused on recovery rather than crime scene preservation. If homicide occurred, its traces may have degraded beyond recognition by the time the bodies were located. 3 years is a long time in Northern Forest. Freeze-thaw cycles fracture bone. Spring floods scatter debris. Animals revisit remains repeatedly. It is entirely possible that the original scene bore clearer signs that were lost before documentation. There is also the possibility of conflict with indigenous individuals, though I tread carefully here. By the early 20th century, there is no solid evidence of a hostile mountain tribe operating in the region. The Naha of Dean oral tradition are believed by most historians to refer to an earlier group displaced centuries prior. There is no confirmed interaction between the MacLeods and any organized local group that would suggest targeted violence. The RCMP did not attribute the deaths to indigenous attackers. After the MacLeods' remains were found, the valley's reputation shifted from uneasy to ominous. Prospectors continued to enter, but stories travelled faster than men. The next major incident associated with decapitation concerns Martin Jorgensen. Jorgensen was Swiss-born and reportedly meticulous. In 1917, he and his wife established a homestead-like claim near the Flat River, a tributary within the Greater Nahanni system. They built a small cabin. Some accounts suggest he had found encouraging signs of gold. He sent word to acquaintances that he was confident in the location. In 1918, a trapper passing through discovered the cabin burned to its foundation. Inside were charred human remains believed to be Jorgensen's. His wife was not present and is thought to have left the region earlier, though records vary. The remains were described as headless. Fire complicates everything. High heat can fracture skulls and scatter fragments. If a cabin collapses during a blaze, heavy timbers can crush cranial bone. Determining whether a skull was deliberately removed prior to burning would have required careful examination. That simply was not standard practice in that environment at that time. Still, again, the report emphasized decapitation. Whether that emphasis was accurate or sensational is impossible to confirm today. If Jorgensen was murdered, arson would be an efficient way to erase evidence. Burn the cabin. Destroy identifying material. Leave the body to degrade further. In remote country, a burned structure could go unnoticed for months. If someone coveted his claim, eliminating him quietly and attributing the death to accident would be practical. Alternatively, the cabin fire could have been accidental. Stoves in frontier cabins were notoriously unstable. If Jorgensen died in the fire, the skull may simply have been damaged beyond recognition and scattered. Early observers encountering a charred, incomplete skeleton might describe it as headless without precise anatomical verification. In 1928, John O'Brien's case added fuel. O'Brien was a prospector reportedly found dead in the valley with his skull missing. Accounts differ on whether he was discovered in his sleeping bag or near camp. Again, documentation is sparse. Again, decapitation is central. 3 separate cases spanning roughly 24 years, all linked by missing skulls, all in the same valley. If these were the only incidents, one might shrug and attribute coincidence amplified by repetition. But there were other disappearances, less dramatic but no less real. Trappers who did not return, prospectors whose camps were later found abandoned, pilots decades later who reported skeletal remains spotted from the air without clear identification. The Nahanni is not a place that gives up its dead easily. Dense canopy obscures sightlines, river currents can carry remains miles downstream, sinkholes and limestone caves can swallow evidence permanently. There are documented caste systems in the region where a body could fall and remain undiscovered indefinitely. There is also a cultural layer to consider. Gold Rush communities thrived on storytelling. Fear served as both entertainment and warning. A valley branded as lethal discouraged overcrowding. Men who survived could cultivate reputations as hardened veterans of cursed territory. Newspapers in southern Canada and the United States were eager for northern horror stories. They sold papers. It is entirely plausible that the Headless Men moniker grew in the telling, that some skulls were merely not recovered rather than cleanly severed. And yet, I keep circling back to the number of cases tied to a relatively small geographic corridor. The South Nahanni River system is vast, but not infinite. Deadmen Valley and the Flat River region were specific, known prospecting zones. If multiple independent deaths occurred there under similar descriptive circumstances, one must at least entertain the possibility of human agency. If there was a murderer operating in the valley in the early 20th century, he would have required certain characteristics. He would need to navigate extreme terrain confidently. He would need patience, waiting for isolated men. He would need knowledge of the river system to avoid detection. He would need motive, likely gold. Such an individual would not need to kill frequently. A few well-placed acts over decades could cement reputation without drawing sustained investigation, especially given the logistical difficulty of deploying police in that era. However, there is no documented suspect fitting this description. No confessions surfaced. No contemporary letters mention a known violent prospector dominating the region. It is equally possible that the valley itself is responsible in a more mundane but no less brutal way. Hypothermia can cause paradoxical undressing and confusion. Men wander from camp disoriented. They collapse. Animals begin their work. Heads detach and are carried away. Later, searchers find partial remains and interpret them through a lens already primed by earlier reports. The unsavory detail here is decomposition. In warm months, insects colonize quickly. Tissue degrades. Vertebral ligaments weaken. When a skull detaches naturally, it can roll downhill or be nudged aside by scavengers. A searcher focusing on the torso may not notice the skull several meters away, particularly if under brush. There is also the role of grizzlies. Bears are known to cache food sources, covering remains with soil or debris. If a bear killed a prospector and later returned, the skull could be separated and relocated. Still, I cannot ignore the accounts that claim the skeletons were otherwise undisturbed. If true, that suggests removal without extensive scavenging. What we lack are the hard forensic reports that modern investigation would demand. There are no preserved bones for reanalysis. The valley's early dead were buried quickly, often without detailed examination. Records from RCMP detachments are limited and sometimes lost. By mid-century, the valley's mystique had hardened into folklore. Guides began telling visitors about headless skeletons as part of the landscape's character. The name Dead Men Valley itself reinforces the narrative, though it likely originated simply from the MacLeod's discovery rather than pre-existing dread. The valley became less a site of investigation and more a story container. Each new disappearance was absorbed into it, whether connected or not. I find myself less interested in whether a supernatural force operated there, because there is no credible evidence for such a thing, and more interested in how isolation interacts with human behaviour. Place a handful of ambitious, armed men in remote terrain with rumours of wealth and no oversight. Add months of solitude and competition. It is not difficult to imagine conflict escalating beyond argument, and if a man killed in that valley, he would have known he could rely on time and animals to obscure his crime. If we are going to allow the story to turn darker, we must first go further back. Long before prospectors arrived, the Dene people told stories of a group known as the Nahar. These accounts vary depending on the teller and the era in which they were recorded. Some describe the Nahar as mountain-dwelling warriors who lived in the high country and descended into valleys to raid settlements. Others frame them less as a tribe and more as a feared presence in the hills. The Nahar were said to appear suddenly and disappear just as quickly. They were associated with violence. Eventually, according to oral history, they vanished. There are historians who argue the Nahar may have been an Athabascan subgroup, displaced centuries earlier. Others suggest the stories reflect memory of intertribal conflict, later mythologized. There is no firm archaeological confirmation tying a specific documented group to the name Nahar in the Nahanni region, but the oral tradition predates the gold rush era by generations. The reason this matters is not because it proves anything paranormal, but because it establishes that the valley's reputation for danger did not begin with Frank and Willie MacLeod. The land already carried a narrative of hostility and disappearance. When early 20th century prospectors encountered headless skeletons, they were primed to interpret what they saw within that existing story structure. A missing skull could become confirmation of ancient violence rather than animal scavenging. Fear fills gaps quickly. However, there are unsavoury consistencies in the accounts that are difficult to dismiss entirely as storytelling drift. The removal of heads is not a typical byproduct of wilderness exposure. It requires either prolonged scavenger activity or deliberate action. In several reported cases, the skulls were not simply displaced a few meters away. They were not located at all. let us entertain the possibility, however uncomfortable, that at least one of these early deaths involved human agency. In the early 1900s, the Nahanni region was beyond consistent law enforcement reach. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police maintained detachments in the broader Northwest Territories, but response times could stretch into weeks. A murderer operating in that environment would not face rapid pursuit. There were economic motives. A productive gold claim could transform a man's prospects. Killing for gold was not unheard of during rush periods. Removing the head of a victim would serve several purposes. It would make identification more difficult in an era before dental record systems were standardized in the North. It would also amplify terror. A decapitated body carries a psychological weight that a simple gunshot victim does not. Fear could deter competitors from approaching a claim. But here is where the narrative begins to strain. The Nahanni deaths span decades. For a single murderer to operate intermittently over 20 or 30 years would require extraordinary longevity and secrecy. No name emerges repeatedly in connection with the valley during that period. No whispered accusations persisted strongly enough to survive into modern documentation. So, if not a single killer, could there have been multiple violent encounters framed later as a unified legend? That is possible. The valley may have seen isolated acts of homicide, unrelated to each other, later bundled into a pattern by journalists and storytellers. And yet, the paranormal interpretation refuses to die. By the mid-20th century, writers began to connect the Nahanni with broader mysteries. Strange lights reported over remote ridges, unexplained sounds echoing through canyons, pilots describing a feeling of unease when flying over certain sections of Deadmen Valley. It is important to note that such accounts are anecdotal and not formally documented in aviation incident logs, but they appear consistently in memoirs and travel writing. The Nahanni landscape contributes to this perception. The canyons are narrow and deep, amplifying wind into low-frequency resonance. Temperature inversions create mirages along river bends. Magnetic anomalies caused by mineral deposits can interfere slightly with compass readings. None of these are supernatural. All of them are disorienting. In isolation, the human brain begins to interpret ambiguous stimuli as intentional. A distant rockfall becomes a footstep. Wind through spruce becomes whispering. If a prospector already knows that men have died headless in that valley, every unexplained sound acquires implication. There are also the caves. The Nahanni region contains extensive limestone karst systems. Caves with vertical drops, hidden entrances, and subterranean chambers have been mapped only partially. Some descend hundreds of meters. If a body were placed in such a system, it could remain undiscovered indefinitely. Bones would not be easily scattered by animals in those environments. They would simply rest in darkness. Modern speleological surveys have uncovered animal remains and geological formations, but no confirmed human skeletons directly tied to the early headless cases. That absence does not disprove anything. It merely reminds us how incomplete our search of the region remains. In the 1960s and 70s, as bush pilots increased access, additional skeletal discoveries were reported sporadically. In some cases, remains were too old to identify conclusively. Some may have been linked to known missing persons, others were simply catalogued and left without resolution. The headless motif appears less frequently in these later cases, possibly because documentation improved. A skull displaced by wildlife would be noted as such rather than described dramatically. Once the area became protected as Nahanni National Park Reserve in 1978, systematic oversight increased. Rangers, conservation officers, and regulated tourism reduced the likelihood of violent disputes over claims because commercial prospecting was curtailed. Since that designation, there have been no widely documented cases of prospectors found decapitated in the park. That fact is significant. If a supernatural force were responsible, one might expect the pattern to continue irrespective of legal status. Instead, the cluster appears heavily concentrated in the Gold Rush era. Yet even with rational explanation available, the legend persists in almost tactile form. I have read accounts from modern canoeists who describe camping near Deadmen Valley and feeling watched. That sensation is common in remote wilderness. It is a product of vulnerability and imagination. But when layered onto a history of headless skeletons, it becomes something else. There is also the psychological element of naming. Deadmen Valley is not neutral. Every time it is spoken, it reinforces narrative. A valley called Cedar Bend does not evoke the same reaction, even if identical deaths occurred there. Now, let us allow the paranormal possibility to breathe, if only as a thought experiment. What if the Naha were not entirely legend? What if an isolated, mountain-dwelling group survived longer than historians assume, interacting violently with intruders? Decapitation has ritual significance in various cultures worldwide. There is, however, no credible archaeological evidence of a head-taking practice in that specific region tied to a known group during the relevant period. That absence makes this hypothesis unlikely. Another idea occasionally raised is that of something non-human, but not animal in the ordinary sense. Cryptid theories surface in fringe literature, undiscovered predators, relict hominids, entities inhabiting caves. These are not supported by empirical evidence. No credible biological data from the Nahanni suggests the presence of unknown large predators beyond established wildlife. Still, one cannot ignore how effectively the valley erases men. If you stand on a ridge above the South Nahanni River, you see kilometers of unbroken forest. A single human figure entering that canopy becomes insignificant within seconds. Sound does not carry reliably through the dense growth. A gunshot might echo unpredictably off canyon walls, masking its origin. A scream could be swallowed by wind and distance. Imagine a prospector alone at dusk, cooking over a small fire. The trees press close. River noise dulls perception. Behind him, something approaches quietly. Whether man or animal, the result is the same. Sudden violence. Silence afterward. If the head is removed deliberately, the act suggests not only murder, but message. If removed by scavengers, the result is equally grotesque, but impersonal. What unsettles me most is not the idea of spirits or curses, but the possibility that the valley simply provided perfect conditions for human cruelty to flourish unseen. Yet when I read older accounts, there is a tone that transcends mere crime reporting. There is genuine bewilderment. Searchers who expected to find a frozen body instead found something mutilated. Men who prided themselves on toughness admitted unease. There are references in early 20th century writing to strange howlings in the upper valley, not easily attributed to wolves. I suspect these were wolves. Wolves in canyon systems can produce eerie harmonics, but the human tendency to interpret unusual sound as portent cannot be discounted. The Nahanni has also been associated with sudden weather shifts that catch travellers unprepared. A clear sky can close in rapidly. Fog descends along river corridors. In such conditions, disorientation becomes extreme. A man can walk in a widening circle without realizing it. And then there is gold itself. Gold fever alters behavior. It magnifies suspicion. It sharpens greed. In diaries from other rush regions, men write openly of distrust toward partners. Supplies were sometimes sabotaged. Claims were stolen quietly at night. If similar tensions existed in the Nahanni, a confrontation could escalate quickly, especially when no authority stood within days of travel. If I strip away the myth and look only at plausible mechanisms, I see this. A remote valley during a period of unregulated prospecting, multiple isolated men operating alone, wildlife capable of rapid scavenging, terrain capable of concealing evidence, rudimentary forensic practice, sensational journalism amplifying horror, and oral traditions providing a framework for interpretation. And yet, the repetition of missing skulls still lingers. In the final section, I want to draw this together. I want to look at how modern investigators evaluate the legend, what physical realities of decomposition actually support, and whether there remains any credible space for something beyond ordinary explanation. I also want to consider why certain places accumulate stories of decapitation specifically, rather than other forms of death. Because the Nahanni Valley does not merely host a series of deaths, it hosts a particular kind of death repeated enough times to stain its identity. And that specificity is what keeps the legend alive. When modern historians and forensic specialists examine the legend of the Nahanni, they begin with decomposition. It is not glamorous, but it is necessary. In temperate wilderness, the human body breaks down in stages. Insects colonize quickly if temperatures permit. Soft tissue deteriorates, ligaments weaken. The cervical vertebrae that hold the skull in place are not especially robust once connective tissue has degraded. A skull can detach without clean cutting. Once detached, it is lighter and easier for scavengers to carry. Wolves have been documented transporting bones over distance. Wolverines are particularly notorious for dragging remains away from original sites. Bears will scatter skeletal material during feeding. Over 3 winters and summers, freeze and thaw cycles expand and contract bone. Spring floods shift debris. It does not require ritual violence for a skull to be absent from a torso years after death. If the MacLeod brothers died in 1904 and were not discovered until 1908, Their bodies endured at least 3 full annual cycles in an ecosystem rich with scavengers. That alone can account for skeletal separation. The burned cabin of Martin Jorgensen introduces fire into that equation. Fire weakens bone dramatically. Cranial bone fractures under high heat. When a structure collapses, beams crush and scatter fragments. It is entirely possible that observers encountering a charred torso without an obvious skull interpreted that as deliberate removal, when in reality the skull had fragmented or been displaced under debris. John O'Brien's reported case in 1928 may follow similar patterns. Without preserved remains or detailed coroner's documentation, we rely on second-hand descriptions. From a strictly forensic standpoint, there is no surviving physical evidence proving intentional decapitation in any of the major Nahanni cases. And yet, something still resists complete rational flattening. The clustering. It is one thing for a body to lose a skull to wildlife in isolation. It is another for multiple independent reports across 2 decades in the same valley to emphasize the same feature. Even if journalism amplified it, the core detail had to originate somewhere. One possibility that rarely receives sustained attention is staged post-mortem mutilation. A prospector encountering a dead rival might remove the head not as a primary act of murder, but as a secondary act of intimidation, a warning to others, a method of enhancing an already fearsome landscape. Imagine arriving at a rival's abandoned camp. He lies dead from exposure or illness. You remove the skull and hide it. When others discover the remains, the valley acquires reputation. You discourage further intrusion without firing a shot. It is a macabre strategy, but not beyond human imagination. There is also the potential for a single, violent episode to echo artificially. If 2 early bodies were genuinely decapitated, later ambiguous cases might have been interpreted through that precedent. Once a narrative is established, perception aligns itself accordingly. When the Nahanni became a protected reserve in 1978, industrial-scale prospecting ended. With it, the motive structure for goal-driven violence diminished. Modern disappearances in the park are rare and generally attributable to known causes: falls, drowning, exposure. None have solidly replicated the headless motif. That is telling. It suggests the phenomenon was historically bounded, not ongoing. And yet, the valley's atmosphere remains unchanged. Stand on the rim of First Canyon and look down into the narrow river corridor. The limestone walls rise sheer and pale. The forest above them is thick and dark. Wind moves unpredictably. The scale dwarfs human presence. You are aware of your own fragility in a way that suburban life never demands. In that awareness, the mind reaches for explanation. There are reports, modern but anecdotal, of strange acoustic phenomena in the upper valley. Low-frequency vibrations that feel like distant machinery. Sudden silences where birds cease calling. Sudden reappearance of sound moments later. These experiences have mundane explanations rooted in terrain and airflow. But if you have read about headless skeletons before arriving, you interpret those silences differently. Paranormal theories cluster around 3 ideas. The first is residual violence, the notion that places absorb trauma and echo it. There is no empirical support for this concept. It remains in the realm of belief. The second is undiscovered species or relic populations inhabiting inaccessible cave systems. Extensive biological surveys have found no credible evidence of such predators beyond known wildlife. The third is interdimensional or geomagnetic anomalies linked to mineral composition. While magnetic deposits can affect compass readings slightly, they do not open gateways. Still, the valley produces a sensation that resists easy dismissal. I have read accounts from bush pilots describing reluctance to land in certain stretches without clear necessity. That reluctance may stem from difficult wind patterns and limited emergency options, or it may stem from inherited narrative. Humans pass unease along like heirloom silver. When I consider the Nahanni, I am drawn less to ghosts and more to thresholds. It is a place that tests the boundary between civilization and its absence. During the gold rush, men crossed into it, believing they could extract wealth from indifferent terrain. Some succeeded, some did not return. Those who died left behind bones in forest that does not hurry. The head, in symbolic terms, represents identity. Remove it and you erase a face. You erase recognition. In the early 20th century, without modern identification methods, a skull carried key markers for who someone had been. If skulls were absent, certainty vanished with them. Families waiting in Edmonton or Vancouver would never have definitive closure. There is cruelty in that uncertainty. If animals removed the skulls, the cruelty was impersonal. If humans did, it was deliberate. The Nahanni does not answer which. There are those who argue that the valley's legend is simply a product of frontier sensationalism, no more mysterious than any other remote region with a handful of violent deaths. That is partly true. Remote regions accumulate myth quickly because they lack immediate contradiction. Stories fill space where oversight does not reach. But there is also something about repetition that unsettles the analytical mind. 3 confirmed early cases with headless descriptions, additional disappearances, burned structures, abandoned camps. The valley became a container for unresolved ends. Modern investigators who revisit the cases typically conclude that natural causes and wildlife offer sufficient explanation. There is no surviving forensic evidence of blade marks on cervical vertebrae. There are no preserved bones showing clean-cut lines. There are no documented eyewitnesses to ritual killing. And yet, no one can definitively reconstruct the exact moments of those deaths either. Frank and Willie MacLeod still sit in the imagination as skeletal figures near a rough shelter in deep forest. Martin Jorgensen's burned cabin still stands in description as a blackened square in snow. John O'Brien remains a name attached to a body without a skull. The valley swallowed the specifics. If there was ever a single murderer operating there, He left no trace strong enough to survive into modern clarity. If there was no murderer, then the legend is an emergent property of wilderness interacting with human ambition. Sometimes that's more disturbing than the idea of a monster, because it means nothing supernatural was required, only greed, isolation, and time. Still, if you walk into Deadmen Valley at dusk, you are unlikely to feel entirely comfortable. The name alone carries weight. The knowledge that men once entered seeking gold and left as incomplete skeletons lingers under the canopy. And the forest does not care which explanation you prefer. It keeps its bones either way. The first thing most people misunderstand about the Superstition Mountains is scale. Photographs flatten them. From Phoenix they look like a dramatic backdrop, something decorative beyond the suburbs. But once you step into them, the range closes around you quickly. The volcanic rock is dark and fractured, ridges cutting upward at angles that feel unstable even when they are not. Canyons twist without warning, trails dissolve into gravel washes. In summer, heat radiates from the ground as aggressively as it falls from the sky, and there are stretches where shade simply does not exist. Water is not scenery there, it is survival. Long before Jacob Waltz's name became attached to those slopes, the area already had a reputation for violence and secrecy. Spanish accounts from the 1700s describe prospectors vanishing after claiming to find gold in the region. Later, Mexican families such as the Peraltas were said to have mined in the mountains briefly before catastrophe struck. According to legend, the Peraltas discovered a rich vein and attempted to remove substantial ore from a hidden canyon. They were ambushed and killed, their bodies found scattered, mutilated, left as a warning. Whether this massacre occurred exactly as told is debated, but what matters is that the story took hold early and never loosened its grip. The canyon where the attack supposedly happened was thereafter spoken of as cursed ground, not because it was haunted in a theatrical sense, but because it was claimed by something older than ownership papers. Apache oral traditions surrounding the superstitions are difficult to pin down in writing, because they were not originally preserved as English narrative. But multiple early settlers recorded that Apache guides refused to lead outsiders into certain canyons even when offered money. They described the area as a place where spirits lived in the stone, not ghosts drifting in the air, but presences embedded in the land itself. Certain peaks were said to belong to a thunder spirit, who manifested in lightning that struck without cloud cover. Early miners documented lightning hitting the same ridges repeatedly during clear conditions, something that can be explained by mineral concentration. Yet at the time it's reinforced the belief that specific outcrops were guarded. Into this landscape came Jacob Waltz in the mid-1800s. He was not a flamboyant figure, no dramatic moustache, no public declarations of fortune. He farmed near Phoenix and occasionally disappeared into the mountains alone. Over time, he returned with small quantities of unusually pure gold ore. Neighbours noticed that he never seemed desperate for money. He paid debts. He lived simply but steadily. The gold he showed was described as heavy, coarse, with a deep colour. Not flakes, not dust, but substantial pieces. There were whispers that Waltz had found an old Spanish or Mexican mine rather than discovering a new vein himself. Some believed he had followed faded carvings left by the Peraltas. Others suggested he stumbled upon a natural seam exposed briefly by erosion. The key detail is that he never filed a formal claim matching the richness later attributed to him. That omission alone has generated more speculation than any map. In 1891, as Waltz lay dying in Phoenix, the story tightened. Julia Thomas, who cared for him in his final days, claimed that he described the mine's location to her in precise terms. He allegedly referenced a rock formation shaped like a needle, a canyon with a narrow entrance that widened unexpectedly, and a concealed tunnel obscured by fallen stone. He warned that the path was dangerous and that others had died searching. That warning would prove prophetic in ways he may not have intended. After his death, Julia Thomas financed an expedition into the superstitions based on those directions. She searched for weeks in oppressive heat. Supplies dwindled, she returned without gold and deeply in debt. Eventually, she began selling versions of the Dutchman map to other hopeful searchers. Each version shifted slightly over time. Landmarks changed, measurements altered. What began as a dying man's memory became a growing puzzle. Then, the deaths began to stack. In 1910, 2 prospectors entered the range claiming they had narrowed the location to a canyon near Weaver's Needle. Only one returned. He refused to discuss details beyond stating that the terrain was wrong. The other was never officially recovered. Records from that era are thin, but local reports mention skeletal remains discovered years later in a remote wash with rusted mining tools nearby. Whether that was the missing prospector or someone unrelated is uncertain. Yet the story folded itself neatly into the Dutchman myth. The most famous early death was Adolf Ruth in 1931. Ruth was 66 years old, educated, and convinced he possessed a legitimate map tied to Waltz. He entered the mountains in June, a choice that alone suggests either deep confidence or fatal miscalculation. Weeks passed. His skull was found first, pierced by 2 holes. Newspapers reported possible gunshot wounds. Authorities later leaned toward environmental damage or scavenger activity. His body was located months afterward in a remote canyon, partially preserved by desert conditions. His notebook, which supposedly contained detailed notes on the mine's location, was missing. That missing notebook has haunted the legend ever since. If it existed and someone removed it, the knowledge changed hands silently. If it was lost to weather and animals, then the absence is coincidence. The legend prefers the first explanation. After Ruth, more searchers entered the range with increasing suspicion of one another. Camps were hidden. Routes were kept secret. There were reports of supplies tampered with, of equipment missing overnight. Some of that can be attributed to wildlife or weather, yet the paranoia fed itself. If gold existed, it would attract more than hikers. It would attract competition. Throughout the mid-20th century, bodies continued to surface in the superstitions. Some were hikers who underestimated the terrain. Some were amateur prospectors who wandered off established paths. Each death had a plausible explanation: heat stroke, dehydration, falls from unstable rock. but collectively they shaped the mountain's reputation as something more than difficult. They felt selective, and woven through all of this was the Apache warning. Certain canyons were not to be disturbed. There were places where the rock itself was said to shift and hide entrances from those who approached with greed. Several searchers wrote privately about rock slides occurring near areas they believed significant, slides that sealed narrow gaps overnight without major storm activity. Geologists would argue that the range is naturally unstable and subject to spontaneous movement. Treasure hunters interpreted it differently. The mountain moved to protect itself. By the time the 1970s arrived, the Lost Dutchman was no longer merely a treasure story, it was a pattern. A dying man's confession, altered maps, skulls in the desert, missing notebooks, Apache spirits in stone, lightning striking bare peaks without clouds, and still no confirmed mine. The Superstition Mountains did not need to exaggerate their danger, they already possessed it, but the legend gave that danger shape and intention, and once intention is introduced into a landscape, every shadow begins to look deliberate. The Peralta story is where the legend shifts from rumour into something almost primal. According to the version that has survived in treasure hunting circles, the Peralta family were Mexican miners who operated in the Superstition Mountains in the mid-1800s. They supposedly discovered a rich deposit of gold and began removing ore in significant quantities. The details vary wildly depending on who is telling it, but certain elements remain consistent. The family was said to have been ambushed within a canyon, now associated with the Dutchman narrative. Their bodies were allegedly discovered days later, mutilated and left exposed among the rocks. Gold ore was found scattered near them. The massacre became both a warning and a promise. There was gold, and it was protected. Historians dispute the scale of this event. Some argue that there was no documented massacre, matching the legend's dramatic retelling. Others believe there may have been a smaller, violent confrontation, later inflated into myth. What matters for the Dutchman legend is not perfect accuracy, but inheritance. The story entered the bloodstream of the region. The superstitions became associated with gold that exacted a price. Apache oral accounts from the region include references to certain peaks as places of power. Power not in the theatrical sense, but in the sense of balance. Some ridges were believed to belong to what outsiders later translated as a thunder spirit. Lightning in the superstitions behaves strangely. The mountains contain significant iron content due to their volcanic origin, and lightning tends to strike certain high points repeatedly. Early settlers documented storms forming rapidly above isolated peaks, while surrounding sky remained relatively clear. Prospectors wrote about lightning hitting Weaver's Needle with unsettling frequency. From a scientific perspective, metal-rich rock and elevation explain much of this. But when you are alone on a ridge and a bolt tears into stone without warning, the explanation feels less important than the experience. There are written accounts from early 20th century miners describing sudden storms erupting after they began blasting operations near specific cliffs. One man wrote that after placing charges against a rock face he believed concealed a tunnel. A storm gathered within minutes despite a clear morning. Wind tore through the canyon violently enough to scatter his tools and collapse part of his camp. He later described it not as coincidence, but as warning. That account survives in a privately circulated pamphlet among treasure enthusiasts. Whether the timing was exaggerated is impossible to know. Desert weather is volatile, but the story endured because it fit neatly into the protective narrative. More unsettling are the recurring references to sound in narrow canyons associated with the Dutchman legend. The superstitions contain natural acoustic corridors where wind funnels through constricted passages, producing low, rhythmic tones. Several hikers in the 1960s described hearing what they believed were distant drums echoing through rock at dusk. They later determined there were no other camps within miles. Wind interacting with cavities in volcanic rock can create tonal resonance that pulses irregularly. To someone already primed by stories of Apache guardians and sacred ground, that resonance does not feel geological. It feels intentional. There are also accounts of what could only be described as displacement. A searcher in 1973 wrote that he located a narrow cleft in the rock matching a feature on one of the older Dutchman maps. He marked the site carefully, memorizing the surrounding formations. The following morning, he returned to the exact coordinates and found no such cleft. He insisted he had not misjudged distance. He walked the slope repeatedly and could not locate the same opening. His companions believed he had mistaken a shadow line for depth. He maintained until his death that the rock face had altered overnight. Geologists would attribute such confusion to shifting light and perspective. The mind in harsh terrain can betray even experienced outdoorsmen. Yet to the legend, this was confirmation that the mountain concealed what it did not wish to reveal. There is a canyon sometimes referred to in treasure circles as the massacre grounds, believed by some to be the site of the Peralta killings. Those who venture there describe an unusual stillness. One account from the late 1980s mentions birds falling silent abruptly upon entering a narrow passage, as though something had passed overhead. The writer describes feeling pressure in his ears similar to altitude change despite minimal elevation shift. That sensation could easily be caused by temperature gradients and shifting air pressure within enclosed rock corridors. Still, the language used to describe it is consistent across accounts. Oppressive, watching, heavy. Even modern search and rescue personnel have noted that certain sections of the superstitions feel disorienting beyond what maps would suggest. The range is riddled with blind canyons that appear navigable from one direction and impassable from another. Magnetic variation can cause minor compass drift. When layered with dehydration and glare, this can create a powerful sense of being subtly turned around. A person may believe they are moving east when they are gradually veering south. That is enough to become lost without dramatic error. Yet within the Dutchman framework, such misdirection becomes evidence of something guarding the interior. The 1947 disappearance of two treasure hunters added further unease. They had reportedly boasted in a local bar that they were close to uncovering the Dutchman mine. Weeks later, their remains were found miles apart in rugged terrain. One body showed evidence of a severe fall. The other was discovered near a dry wash with limited supplies. Officials ruled the deaths accidental. Among treasure circles, Whispers circulated that one had found something, and conflict followed. No proof supports this, but the suggestion alone shifted the mood. The mountain was no longer only dangerous because of heat. It was dangerous because it attracted men who believed they were owed something. Another often cited incident involves a prospector who vanished in the early 1960s after claiming to have located a cave entrance partially sealed by rockfall. His skeletal remains were found years later near the base of a steep incline. His pack was intact. There was no gold. What lingered was the detail that he had written to a friend days before disappearing, stating that he felt close enough to taste it. That phrase echoes through the legend. Close enough. So many have felt that way. The Apache spiritual layer never fully detached from these tragedies. Even among those who rejected superstition publicly, the language of trespass crept in privately. Diaries describe apologizing aloud before blasting rock. Others describe leaving offerings of water or tobacco at canyon entrances, not out of formal belief, but as precaution. That behavior is revealing. Rational men do not leave offerings unless part of them feels observed. The superstition mountains are not mystical in the way folklore often portrays them. They are harsh, geologically complex and indifferent, but indifference in extreme environments can feel personal. When lightning strikes repeatedly near the same ridge, when wind produces rhythmic sound in the dark, when rock slides occur without obvious trigger, when men vanish after declaring certainty, the human mind stitches these details into something coherent. And coherence, once formed, resists disassembly. By the time modern treasure hunters entered the scene with satellite imagery and GPS equipment, the legend was already layered thick with death and warning. Technology narrowed possibilities but did not eliminate mystery. Coordinates can be plotted, but unstable rock cannot be reasoned with. Heat cannot be negotiated, and belief, once anchored to landscape, does not yield easily to data. The Peralta massacre may be partly myth. The thunder spirit may be atmospheric electricity reframed. The drums may be wind. The moving rock may be shadow. Yet the accumulation of experience in those mountains has created something heavier than any single explanation. The Dutchman legend survives because it exists in that narrow space between plausible geology and persistent dread. And still, no confirmed mine. By the late 20th century, the lost Dutchman legend had matured into something far more dangerous than frontier rumour. It had become a private fixation for men who did not consider themselves superstitious. Engineers, accountants, former military officers, physicians, people who prided themselves on logic. They would begin with skepticism. They would read original accounts, compare early maps, examine geological surveys. They would tell themselves they were approaching it analytically. Then, gradually, the tone of their notes would shift. One such case that continues to echo through modern treasure circles is that of Jesse Capon. He was not impulsive. He spent years studying the superstition range before attempting his search. He analysed early Dutchman narratives, overlaid them with topographic maps, and fixated on a section of cliff face near the base of a canyon system that aligned with his interpretation of the clues. In 2009, he entered the mountains alone. He carried equipment. He was not inexperienced. When he failed to return, search efforts began but were severely limited by terrain. The cliffs in that region are unstable and deeply fractured. Years passed before his remains were located. They were wedged inside a vertical crevice near the base of a steep drop. Recovery required technical climbing and carried serious risk. Authorities concluded he likely fell while navigating a narrow ledge system in pursuit of a vantage point. That explanation is consistent with the physical evidence. What unsettled people was not the fall itself, but the fact that he had been so methodical beforehand. He had narrowed his search area. He believed he was close. That phrase appears repeatedly in discussions surrounding his disappearance. Close. Search and rescue reports from the superstitions tell a quiet but consistent story. Every year hikers underestimate distance, water requirements, or vertical exposure. The range is deceptive. Trails appear well defined and then dissolve into rock. GPS devices fail under sheer cliff faces. Cellular signals vanish. Temperatures climb quickly and descend just as sharply after sunset. In some canyons, heat radiates off stone even hours after daylight fades. A person exhausted in that environment makes small errors that compound rapidly. A wrong step on loose volcanic scree can result in a fatal fall. Yet there is something particular about those who enter specifically to search for the Dutchman mine. They tend to go further off established paths. They pursue steep faces that casual hikers avoid. They climb toward geological anomalies rather than water sources. That behavior increases risk significantly. In the 1970s, a man named Charles Kenny reportedly spent nearly every spare weekend exploring a specific canyon near Weaver's Needle. He became convinced that a narrow fissure high on a cliff face concealed an entrance. He attempted the climb repeatedly despite deteriorating weather conditions. One afternoon, he did not return. His body was found days later at the base of a rockfall zone. The official determination was accidental fall. Among treasure enthusiasts, his death was framed differently. He had angered the mountain. There are dozens of lesser-known names scattered across local archives. A pair of brothers in the early 1980s who entered a remote drainage system after claiming to have deciphered a symbol resembling a heart carved into stone. One was recovered severely dehydrated after 3 days. The other wandered nearly 20 miles off their intended route and survived only because he stumbled upon a ranch boundary. He later described hearing movement parallel to him along a ridge as he walked, pacing his speed exactly. He assumed it was another searcher. When he climbed toward the sound, there was no one. He attributed the experience to stress, yet he refused to return to that canyon. Another case involved a retired surveyor who became obsessed with magnetic irregularities in a particular section of the range. He theorized that high mineral content in the rock might indicate proximity to gold-bearing quartz. He documented subtle compass drift in narrow passages and believed he had identified a corridor that distorted navigation. During one expedition, he reported experiencing sudden disorientation, accompanied by nausea and a feeling of pressure in his ears. He withdrew and later wrote that he felt as though he had stepped into the wrong side of something. Geologists reviewing his notes attributed the compass drift to localized iron concentrations. That explanation does not account for the intensity of his reaction but it does ground it. The Superstition Mountains have a way of amplifying internal states. Heat alters judgment. Isolation intensifies fixation. A person convinced that a dying man once walked a precise route begins to see that route everywhere. Every canyon appears potentially significant. Every rock formation begins to resemble the sketches passed down through altered maps. Once that mental narrowing occurs, alternative explanations are filtered out. The mountain becomes not a landscape, but a puzzle with a single solution. In the early 2000s, several amateur treasure forums circulated photographs of what appeared to be a partially concealed shaft high above a dry wash. The opening looked unnatural, framed by rock that suggested deliberate shaping. Climbers who attempted to reach it found the approach nearly impossible without technical gear. One group claimed to have reached the entrance and reported that it extended only a few feet before collapsing inward. They insisted there were tool marks on the interior stone. Subsequent attempts to relocate the exact opening failed. The slope had shifted following seasonal storms. Loose rock had buried sections of the face. Photographs became the only evidence. Skeptics argued the images showed nothing more than natural fracture patterns. Believers argued the entrance had been deliberately sealed. The psychological pattern repeats. Discovery feels imminent. Terrain shifts. Evidence dissolves. Meanwhile, the Apache spiritual layer continues to hover over these pursuits. Modern Apache representatives do not publicly endorse treasure hunters' interpretations of sacred ground. Yet the idea persists among searchers that certain areas should not be disturbed. Some report feeling overwhelming unease upon entering narrow canyons historically associated with the Peralta massacre story. They describe the air as heavy, despite measurable temperature consistency. They report abrupt silence among birds and insects. These are common environmental phenomena in desert terrain where wildlife activity fluctuates quickly. Yet when experienced in isolation, layered with expectation, they take on narrative weight. There are also documented lightning anomalies near Weaver's Needle. The spire, composed of volcanic tuff, rises sharply from surrounding terrain and contains conductive minerals that attract strikes. Climbers have described the sensation of static build-up along exposed ridges before visible cloud formation, hair lifting, metallic taste. These are natural precursors to electrical discharge. To a person steeped in the legend of a thunder spirit guarding gold, the interpretation is less clinical. One particularly unsettling account from the late 1990s describes a solo searcher camping near a canyon entrance believed by some to correspond with Waltz's final directions. He reported waking in the early hours to the sound of stone shifting close to his camp. Not the sharp crack of a distant slide, but smaller movements, as though pebbles were being displaced deliberately. He shone a light toward the slope and saw nothing unusual. In the morning, he found small rocks scattered around his gear. Desert animals are capable of displacing stones while foraging, yet the pattern appeared linear, almost as though someone had walked past his tent. He left the area that afternoon and did not return. The legend does not require proof of spirits to survive. It requires only repetition of experience, death, disorientation, near discovery, collapse, return. The Superstition Mountains provide enough natural hazard to sustain this cycle indefinitely. The Dutchman narrative gives those hazards context. Perhaps the most disturbing possibility is not that the mine is cursed, but that it is gone. That Jacob Waltz found a modest but rich seam and exhausted it quietly. That erosion sealed whatever remained. That the maps were imprecise because memory under illness is unreliable. In that scenario, the tragedy lies not in supernatural protection, but in generational obsession over something that may no longer exist. And yet, if you stand in the shadow of Weaver's Needle at dusk, when the desert cools and the rock darkens into silhouette, it is difficult to dismiss entirely the sense that something remains concealed. Not necessarily gold, but history. A narrative half buried in fractured stone. The mountains do not answer questions. They do not clarify maps. They allow men to project certainty onto shifting rock. And so they continue to claim the overconfident, the determined, and occasionally the merely unlucky. There is another layer to the lost Dutchman story that rarely makes it into the shorter retellings, and it complicates everything. Some researchers do not believe Jacob Waltz discovered anything new at all. They believe he found something old. Spanish expeditions moved through Arizona in the 17th and 18th centuries, often quietly and without detailed public records. Jesuit missionaries were known to travel alongside prospectors, and there are scattered references in colonial archives to small-scale mining operations conducted discreetly to avoid attracting raids. If a modest but high-grade gold deposit had been located within the superstitions during that period, it is plausible that it would have been concealed deliberately, either by Spanish miners retreating under threat, or by Apache forces protecting territory. Over time, erosion and rockfall would have hidden most surface evidence. Supporters of this theory argue that the quality of gold allegedly associated with Waltz did not resemble typical placer finds from shallow washes, but rather ore extracted from deeper quartz veins. That detail, though anecdotal, fuels the idea that he located a pre-existing shaft or tunnel rather than carving his own. Several early accounts describe Waltz returning from the mountains with ore that appeared to have been cut cleanly rather than broken naturally. No verified samples survive for modern testing, but the descriptions persist. If Waltz did rediscover an older Spanish or Jesuit mine, he may have encountered carved markers unfamiliar to later searchers. Some Dutchman maps circulating in the early 20th century show crosses, hearts, or other simple symbols drawn near canyon mouths. Treasure hunters debate whether these shapes reflect Christian iconography left by Spanish miners, or whether they are misinterpretations of natural rock staining. The desert is capable of producing shapes that appear intentional. Mineral deposits create dark lines that resemble carvings, yet once a symbol enters the legend, it becomes almost impossible to unsee. There is also the question of concealment. Several geologists who have examined the Superstition Range point out that volcanic tuff and breccia in the region fracture easily under pressure. A small group of miners could theoretically collapse a tunnel entrance with controlled blasting or deliberate rock placement. If Waltz wished to ensure that no one followed him, he might have hidden the entrance intentionally after each visit. One account from a contemporary of Walt's suggests that he returned from the mountains once with visible bruising, and stated only that the door closed wrong. That phrase has never been verified, but it surfaces repeatedly in treasure literature. The implication is not supernatural, it suggests instability. Engineered collapse is a practical explanation for why so many searchers report finding promising cavities only to discover that they extend no further than a few feet. A tunnel, partially filled by debris, looks identical to a natural fissure until cleared. Clearing it without heavy equipment in extreme heat would be slow and dangerous. Several modern searchers have claimed that they found areas where loose rock appeared to have been stacked rather than fallen. They described patterns in stone placement inconsistent with natural slide. Geologists reviewing these claims generally conclude that erosion and gravity can create deceptively orderly formations. Still, the suspicion lingers that somewhere in the range lies an entrance intentionally sealed. Waltz's deathbed narrative adds another complication. Accounts differ significantly regarding what he actually said. Some versions describe precise directional instructions measured in paces from specific rock formations. Others suggest he spoke more vaguely, referencing landmarks visible only from certain angles. One particularly persistent detail is that he mentioned a black canyon that appeared empty until approached from the right side. That phrase has driven generations of searchers into narrow ravines with dark basalt walls. Many of those ravines contain hidden drop-offs invisible until you are nearly upon them. The geography itself becomes a filter, removing the careless. There are also claims that Waltz referenced seasonal water flow in his directions. Certain washes in the superstitions run only during monsoon season. Outside that period, they are dry and appear ordinary. If a mine entrance were located near such a wash, erosion could have altered the surrounding rock significantly over a century. That means even accurate directions from 1891 might not correspond cleanly to present-day terrain. This shifting landscape feeds the belief that the mine moves, when in reality it may simply be buried incrementally under sediment and slide. The Jesuit theory introduces an additional element that some treasure hunters find compelling. Jesuit missions in the American Southwest were known to operate semi-independently, sometimes withholding information about valuable discoveries to prevent interference from colonial authorities. If a small, high-grade mine existed within the superstitions and was deliberately kept secret, its existence may have been recorded only in private correspondence now lost. Waltz, as a solitary prospector with European background, may have stumbled upon remnants of that concealed operation decades later. That possibility transforms the legend from a lone miner's boast into a rediscovered fragment of colonial secrecy. Yet secrecy has a lifespan. Tunnels collapse, markers erode, oral knowledge dissipates. If Waltz relied solely on memory to relocate the site, any error in his deathbed description could render the directions useless to anyone else. Julia Thomas may have believed she understood his words precisely while misinterpreting one critical alignment. A single canyon mistaken for another could shift the search area by miles. What makes the engineered collapse theory particularly unsettling is its practicality. There is nothing supernatural about sealing a tunnel. There is nothing mystical about unstable volcanic rock shifting under seasonal stress. The horror lies in the idea that the entrance may be beneath tons of debris, only feet away from paths searchers have walked repeatedly. A man could stand above it unknowingly. That proximity without access is what sustains obsession. At the same time, the Apache spiritual layer refuses to detach from this more grounded explanation. If the mine was originally protected or concealed due to sacred geography, then any attempt to reopen it might feel like violation rather than discovery. Several modern hikers have reported that certain canyon floors feel unusually hollow beneath footstep, as though cavities lie below. That sensation could result from loose sediment over voids. To someone steeped in the legend, it feels like walking over something intentionally hidden. There is also the recurring claim that Waltz himself feared being followed. A neighbour reportedly asked him once why he did not bring others into the mountains to increase efficiency. He allegedly responded that the fewer who knew the path, the better. That instinct toward isolation fits the broader pattern. If he had found a rediscovered Spanish shaft and sealed it carefully each time, he would have understood how fragile that secrecy was. And yet, despite decades of increasingly sophisticated search efforts, no confirmed mine has emerged that satisfies the legend. No shaft containing abandoned Spanish tools. No chamber filled with high-grade ore consistent with the stories. The absence remains intact, which leaves us with two uncomfortable possibilities. Either the mine never existed in the grand form described, or it lies beneath collapsed stone in a canyon few have searched correctly. Neither option is comforting to those who have spent years chasing it. The Superstition Mountains do not reveal whether Waltz discovered a hidden Jesuit claim or a modest seam he exaggerated in illness. They do not clarify whether engineered collapse sealed the entrance or whether erosion erased all trace. They only continue to fracture and shift under heat and storm, quietly altering the puzzle. And somewhere within that shifting rock, the legend continues to breathe. Before the name Lost Dutchman was ever attached to those ridges, the Superstition Mountains were already a place of caution. Among Apache groups who moved through and around the region, certain parts of the range were not simply difficult or strategically important. They were inhabited in a way that defied simple translation. Early Anglo settlers used the word superstition dismissively, assuming fear or ignorance. What they failed to understand was that the Apache distinction was not between real and unreal, but between balanced and unbalanced ground. Some peaks were considered places where power concentrated, not power as spectacle, but presence. Oral accounts recorded by ethnographers in the late 19th century describe certain mountains as the dwelling places of spirits associated with thunder, wind, and sudden change. One such presence, later interpreted loosely by settlers as a thunder god, was said to reside in the highest spires of the range. Lightning striking those peaks was not random in traditional understanding. It was communication. The mountains were alive in a relational sense. They responded. Weaver's Needle, the tall volcanic spire that dominates the skyline of the superstitions, became central to both the Dutchman legend and the spiritual narrative. To many treasure hunters, it is simply a landmark, a triangulation point for maps. But within Apache cosmology, tall, isolated rock formations often carry significance as watchers or markers of sacred territory. Whether Weaver's Needle itself was explicitly sacred in pre-colonial Apache practice is debated. But what matters is that by the time settlers began seeking gold there, it had already acquired an aura of guardedness. There are accounts from early prospectors who claimed Apache guides refused to enter specific canyons beneath the Needle. When pressed for explanation, they reportedly responded that the ground was not meant to be broken. That phrase recurs across different written recollections. Not meant to be broken. Mining, by definition, breaks ground. It fractures stone. It removes what lies beneath. In a worldview where land contains spirit, such disturbance is not neutral. Several 20th century treasure hunters who attempted to dynamite rock faces in suspected Dutchman locations reported inexplicable failures. Charges misfired, fuses burned unevenly, weather shifted abruptly. One man wrote in a 1950s journal that after setting a charge against a cliff wall, he believed concealed an entrance. He heard what he described as a low roll of sound beneath the stone, like distant thunder without a storm. Moments later, wind surged down the canyon violently enough to extinguish his lantern. The charge failed to detonate. He abandoned the attempt and later described feeling that he had trespassed. From a rational standpoint, desert winds can channel unpredictably through narrow passages. Static discharge can build rapidly on exposed rock. Old, blasting equipment fails. Yet the repetition of these experiences created a pattern that treasure hunters interpreted as intervention rather than coincidence. The Peralta massacre story also gained a supernatural layer over time. In some retellings, Apache warriors did not merely defend the territory. They were said to have acted under guidance from mountain spirits angered by the extraction of gold. Later embellishments claimed that the canyon where the Peraltas died echoes with voices at dusk. Hikers who have camped in narrow sections of the range describe hearing murmurs carried on wind that seem almost conversational. Sound behaves strangely in volcanic corridors. Echoes bend and overlap. A whisper can travel farther than expected. When experienced in darkness, such acoustics do not feel geological. They feel directed. There are also persistent stories of lights within the mountains at night, where no camps are known to exist. Small, steady glows moving slowly along ridgelines. Some attribute these to other treasure hunters operating quietly. Others believe they are atmospheric phenomena or reflections from distant highways. Yet the accounts continue. A retired park volunteer once described seeing a faint light in a canyon associated with Dutchman searchers, low to the ground and moving against slope rather than a long trail. He watched it for several minutes before it vanished behind rock. No vehicle tracks were found the following morning. One of the more disturbing recurring themes is the sense of being observed. Searchers frequently report that certain canyons feel occupied even when empty. They describe turning abruptly because they are convinced someone stands behind them, only to find open desert. A surveyor in the 1980s wrote that he felt intense pressure in his chest upon entering a specific ravine and left immediately without collecting samples. He later admitted he could not explain the reaction, only that it felt like warning rather than fear. The concept of sacred ground in Apache tradition does not imply hostility toward outsiders in a simplistic sense. It implies boundaries. There are places where certain actions disrupt a balance. Mining is invasive. It removes material embedded in land. If a rich gold vein existed in an area regarded as spiritually significant, it would not be surprising that narratives of protection formed around it. Over time, treasure hunters began incorporating these ideas into their own behavior. Some left small offerings at canyon entrances. Others spoke quietly before entering narrow passages, acknowledging the history of the land. This behavior was not always rooted in belief, but in precaution. When enough men die in similar terrain, even skeptics hedge their certainty. Lightning phenomena in the superstitions remain particularly compelling. Climbers have documented electrical discharge building along exposed ridges before visible storm formation. Hair rising, metallic taste in the air, sudden crack of thunder without extensive cloud cover. Mineral-rich volcanic rock attracts strikes, and isolated spires act as conductors. Still, the pattern of lightning repeatedly striking the same formations has been interpreted for generations as evidence that something inhabits those heights. Then, there is the recurring story of the mine moving, not physically sliding miles across the range, but refusing to remain where expected. Searchers claim to find promising cavities only to discover them sealed days later by rockfall. Geologists explain that freeze-thaw cycles and gravity shift loose debris regularly. Yet when the same canyon appears altered overnight without major weather events, the explanation feels insufficient to those who witnessed it. It is possible to interpret every supernatural account through geology, acoustics, meteorology, and psychology. It is also possible to recognize that human experience does not separate those explanations neatly. A man alone in a narrow volcanic corridor at dusk, hearing wind resonate like distant drums, while lightning flickers against a spire believed to be sacred, does not process that moment in purely technical terms. He processes it as presence. The Superstition Mountains have accumulated over a century of layered narrative: Apache spiritual warning, Spanish secrecy, Peralta bloodshed, waltzes silence, skull found in the desert, lightning on Weaver's Needle, moving rock, vanishing entrances. Each layer reinforces the others. The gold, whether real or imagined, sits at the center of that convergence like a quiet heart. And perhaps that is the true power of the legend. Not the promise of wealth, but the suggestion that some places resist extraction, that certain landscapes hold what they hold, not because they are impenetrable, but because they are unwilling. The superstitions do not confirm the presence of spirits in stone. They do not deny it either. They simply continue to stand, absorbing lightning, wind, and those who enter them convinced they are owed something buried beneath rock. If you strip the legend back to its bones, what remains is surprisingly simple. A quiet man brought gold out of a mountain range and refused to say exactly where he found it. He died. Someone believed him. Others followed. Some never returned. Around those deaths gathered older stories about sacred ground and thunder spirits, and around those stories gathered newer ones about missing notebooks and sealed tunnels. The mountain itself did not change. The narrative did. Jacob Waltz may have found a narrow seam of high-grade ore and worked it carefully until age and illness overtook him. He may have rediscovered an older Spanish shaft and kept it secret out of caution. He may have exaggerated modest success in his final days, compressing scattered experiences into a single dramatic description. All three possibilities are human. None require curses. None require spirits in stone. Yet none erase the pattern that followed. Adolf Ruth entered the superstitions certain he had solved the puzzle, and died in a canyon under a sun that does not negotiate. Jesse Cappan studied for years and fell from fractured rock that does not forgive. Dozens of unnamed searchers underestimated heat, slope, and distance. Each case has a rational cause. Dehydration alters judgment. Volcanic scree shifts without warning. Magnetic irregularities nudge compasses slightly offline. Lightning seeks conductive peaks. Wind turns narrow corridors into low-frequency drums. The desert is a machine of indifference. And still, that explanation never quite satisfies those who stand beneath Weaver's needle at dusk and feel the air change. Because the legend is not sustained by geology alone, it is sustained by proximity. So many have felt close. That word appears again and again in journals and interviews. Close enough to see it, close enough to taste it, close enough to risk one more climb. The mine is always one canyon deeper, one ridge higher, one shadow further along. The human mind does not respond well to almost. The Apache spiritual layer complicates the story in a way that deserves more respect than it usually receives. Sacred ground in that worldview is not theatrical or malevolent. It is boundary. Certain places are not meant to be broken open casually. Mining is breaking, blasting, chiseling, hauling ore from beneath stone. If a gold seam existed in a canyon, considered powerful or protected, conflict between extraction and reverence would have been inevitable. Whether one interprets subsequent deaths as curse or coincidence depends on belief, but the tension itself is real. There is something unsettling about how often lightning strikes Weaver's needle. There is something disorienting about how sound travels in the superstitions at night. There is something deeply humbling about standing alone in heat that can kill you within hours if you miscalculate. These are not supernatural facts. They are environmental ones. But environmental intensity has always given rise to spiritual interpretation. When the land feels alive, people treat it as such. It is entirely possible that the lost Dutchman mine was found decades ago and removed quietly, its ore sold without announcement. Mining history contains many such quiet extractions. If that happened, the legend persists because absence is more powerful than confirmation. Once proof appears, mystery collapses. Without proof, belief expands indefinitely. It is equally possible that the mine never existed in the grand form described, that Waltz worked scattered deposits, and that Julia Thomas misheard or over-interpreted his final words. In that case, the true treasure is psychological. A puzzle with no solution is a powerful engine. It compels study, risk, obsession. It draws people into isolation with the promise of clarity. The Superstition Mountains do not answer the question. They remain steep, fractured, mineral-rich, unstable. They attract lightning because of their composition, not because of anger. They misdirect hikers because their canyons are complex, not because they are sentient. And yet, if you listen to enough accounts from those who have walked deep into their interior, you will notice a tone that is difficult to dismiss. Not hysteria, not fantasy, something quieter. A sense that certain canyons resist being reduced to coordinates. Perhaps that is the final layer. Some landscapes invite conquest, others invite respect. The superstitions have never been easily conquered. They fracture under heat. They shift after storms. They conceal more than they reveal. They do not guide. They do not reassure. They allow entry and then test it. Jacob Waltz walked into that range alone and came back with gold. That fact, whether modest or extraordinary, is enough to ignite imagination for generations. The men who followed did not enter blindly. They entered with maps, theories, instruments. Some entered with reverence. Some entered with greed. The mountain responded to all of them the same way it responds to weather and time, without preference. If there is a sealed shaft beneath fallen rocks somewhere in those ridges, it may remain buried for another century. If there is nothing there at all, the legend will still draw footsteps into narrow canyons each summer. Because what the lost Dutchman story ultimately offers is not wealth, but the possibility that something just out of reach might be real. And that possibility is heavier than gold. The Superstition Mountains keep their shape. Lightning continues to strike the needle. Wind continues to drum through volcanic corridors. Search and rescue teams continue to retrieve the dehydrated and the unlucky. Treasure hunters continue to circle ridges, convinced that this time the alignment makes sense. Whether the mine lies beneath stone or only in the space between belief and terrain, the effect is the same. The mountains hold it, and the story walks in after it. There are certain towns where people grow used to the idea that everyone knows everything. Small towns have that quality. The grocery clerk remembers your name. The postman knows which houses receive letters from out of state. And neighbours notice when your car leaves the driveway at unusual hours. Circleville, Ohio, was exactly that sort of place in the 1970s. It sat quietly south of Columbus, a modest farming community surrounded by flat farmland and slow rivers. The sort of place where nothing dramatic ever seemed to happen. The town was famous for pumpkins more than anything else. Every autumn the streets filled with visitors for the Circleville Pumpkin Show, a cheerful tradition that had been running for decades. Yet sometime in the mid-1970s, the town began receiving something far less festive than pumpkins. Someone began sending letters. No one can say exactly when the first one appeared. What is known is that by 1976, a number of residents had quietly begun receiving anonymous envelopes. The letters were written in stiff block handwriting, the sort that looks deliberately unnatural, as though the writer were trying to disguise their identity by abandoning their normal script. The envelopes had no return address. Many were postmarked from Columbus, though some came from other nearby towns. Inside was usually a single sheet of paper containing accusations that were both personal and unsettlingly specific. The earliest known target was a woman named Mary Gillespie. Mary worked as a school bus driver for the Westfall Local School District, which served the rural communities surrounding Circleville. She lived with her husband Ronald and their children in a modest home outside town. By all outward appearances, they were an ordinary family living an ordinary life. The first letters claimed that Mary was secretly involved in an affair with Gordon Massey, the superintendent of the school district. Rumours of affairs are hardly rare in small towns, but the tone of these letters felt different. They were not gossip passed along by a bored neighbour. The writer spoke as though they had been watching Mary personally. One of the earliest letters reportedly read, "Mrs. Gillespie, stay away from Massey. Do not lie when questioned. I know where you go and what you do." Another message addressed to Ronald Gillespie was even more direct. "Your wife is having an affair with Gordon Massey. If you don't stop it, I will expose everything." At first, the Gillespie family tried to ignore the letters, assuming they were written by someone bitter or unstable, but ignoring them did not stop them. The envelopes continued arriving, sometimes several in a single week. Worse still, the writer began sending copies to other people. Neighbours received letters describing Mary's supposed relationship with Massey. School officials received them. Even members of the Gillespie extended family began receiving the same accusations. What made the situation particularly disturbing was that the writer seemed to know details that were not widely known. The letters referenced Mary's bus route, the road she drove each morning, and the times she returned home from work. One letter included a line that chilled Ronald Gillespie deeply. "I have been watching your house. I know what time you leave in the morning." Soon the letters spread beyond the Gillespie family. Residents throughout Circleville began opening envelopes containing accusations about their own lives. Some letters claimed certain men were secretly seeing other women. Others accused residents of crimes ranging from theft to corruption. One teacher reportedly received a letter accusing her of inappropriate behavior with students. Another family received a note claiming the teenage daughter was pregnant. The messages shared certain peculiar traits. Nearly all were written in the same rigid block lettering. The writer rarely used punctuation and often wrote in short, blunt sentences. Some letters contained drawings of crude symbols or arrows pointing to specific names or phrases. Others contained strange moral lectures about honesty and decency. One letter sent to a local resident contained a line that many people in Circleville later remembered word for word. "You are being watched. I know everything about you." Another message read, "You cannot hide from the truth." The writer seemed to take a strange pleasure in revealing secrets. Several letters contained detailed descriptions of relationships that residents believed were private. Whether those accusations were true or not is still debated, but the level of detail convinced many people that the writer must be someone local, someone who lived nearby and quietly observed the routines of the town. As the letters continued arriving, Ronald Gillespie became increasingly angry. According to people who knew him, he suspected that he knew who the writer was. He never publicly named the person, but he reportedly told friends that he intended to confront them. By 1977, the harassment had expanded beyond letters. Ronald began receiving threatening phone calls late at night. The calls were brief and unsettling. A voice would accuse Mary of wrongdoing and then hang up before Ronald could respond. Whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman was never clearly established. On the evening of August 19th, 1977, one of those calls reportedly pushed Ronald past his limit. Witnesses later said he had been drinking that evening, though the exact amount is uncertain. After the call ended, he became furious. He grabbed a handgun from his house, climbed into his pickup truck, and drove away into the darkness of the rural roads outside Circleville. It was the last time anyone saw him alive. A short time later, Ronald's truck crashed violently into a tree along a quiet country road. When police arrived, they concluded that the crash had been caused by drunk driving. Ronald's blood alcohol level was above the legal limit, and the vehicle appeared to have veered sharply off the road before striking the tree. But there were several details that did not sit comfortably with people who knew him. The handgun he had taken from his home was found in the truck. It had been fired once. No one could determine when that shot had been fired or what it had been aimed at. Investigators never found a bullet or any clear sign that Ronald had fired at another vehicle or person. The crash was officially ruled an accident, but in Circleville, many people quietly wondered whether Ronald had been on his way to confront the letter writer when something unexpected happened. What made the situation even more disturbing was that the letters did not stop after Ronald's death. If anything, they became bolder. Residents continued receiving them, and some of the messages now reference Ronald's crash directly. One letter reportedly contained the chilling line, "Gillespie paid the price." Another message warned Mary that more trouble would come if she did not end her relationship with Gordon Massey. Around this time, residents also began noticing something new. Instead of appearing only in mailboxes, some messages were now being posted publicly around town. Handwritten signs accusing Mary Gillespie of immoral behaviour began appearing along roadsides and on telephone poles. These signs used the same stiff lettering that appeared in the anonymous letters. People began whispering about the possibility that the writer might be someone very close to them. After all, the writer clearly knew personal details about many residents and seemed to understand the routines of the community intimately. The idea that someone was quietly watching the town, collecting secrets and turning them into accusations created a strange unease that lingered in Circleville for years. No one realized that the mystery was about to become far darker. One morning in 1983, Mary Gillespie was driving her usual school bus route when she noticed another one of the signs nailed to a fence post along the road. It accused her of continuing her relationship with Gordon Massey and warned that she would soon be exposed. Mary stopped the bus to remove the sign before her students could read it. When she walked toward the fence post, she noticed something strange attached behind the sign. There was a box mounted to the post. Inside the box was a gun, and the gun had been rigged so that it would fire if the sign was pulled down. The anonymous letter writer had just crossed a very dangerous line. When Mary Gillespie approached the sign along the roadside that morning in 1983, she likely expected nothing more than another piece of harassment. By that point, she had been living with the anonymous accusations for years, and removing the signs had become a grim routine. The wooden post stood beside a rural road she drove almost every day while transporting children to and from school. The sign itself contained the same familiar message accusing her of continuing an affair with Gordon Massey, written in the rigid block lettering that had already become infamous in Circleville. What Mary did not expect was the box attached behind it. The box was small and crudely constructed, fastened directly to the fence post. Inside was a handgun aimed outward through a narrow opening. The weapon had been connected to a string mechanism tied to the sign itself. If someone had pulled the sign free, the tension would have tightened the string around the trigger and fired the gun directly toward the person standing in front of the post. It was not an elaborate device, but it was effective enough that it could easily have killed someone standing close to it. Arrived and dismantled it properly. The discovery transformed what had previously been considered harassment into something much more serious. Someone had constructed a lethal trap designed for the person most likely to remove that sign, and the person most likely to remove it was Mary Gillespie. Investigators examined the weapon and quickly identified the serial number. When they traced its history, the name that surfaced was Paul Freshour. Freshour lived in the Circleville area and worked for the Ohio Department of Transportation. More importantly, he had a close connection to the Gillespie family. Paul was married to Ronald Gillespie's sister, meaning that when Ronald died in the truck crash several years earlier, Freshour had been part of the extended family dealing with the aftermath. Freshour did not deny that the gun had once belonged to him. He told investigators that the weapon had been stolen from his home years before, and that he had reported the theft at the time. According to Freshour, he had no idea how the gun had ended up attached to a roadside trap along Mary Gillespie's bus route. Investigators remained skeptical. They searched his home and began collecting samples of his handwriting to compare with the anonymous letters that had been circulating through Circleville for years. The handwriting analysis would become one of the strangest aspects of the case. Some analysts believed the similarities between Freshour's writing and the letters were obvious. They pointed to the way certain letters were formed, particularly the capital G and S. Other experts disagreed entirely and argued that the anonymous writer had clearly attempted to disguise their handwriting by using stiff block letters making any comparison unreliable. Despite the disagreement, investigators felt confident enough to charge Freshour with attempted murder for constructing the trap. The arrest of Paul Freshour sent a shock through Circleville. For years, residents had wondered who might be responsible for the letters, and suddenly a suspect had emerged from within the Gillespie family itself. Some people believed investigators had finally caught the writer. Others were not so certain. Freshour had never been known as a particularly volatile person, and many residents struggled to imagine him spending years secretly writing hundreds of threatening letters. During the trial, prosecutors argued that the harassment campaign had escalated gradually over time. According to their theory, Freshour had begun by writing anonymous letters accusing Mary Gillespie of an affair, and eventually escalated to constructing the roadside trap. They suggested that his close connection to the family had given him access to the personal details that appeared in many of the messages. The letters themselves were introduced as evidence, and many were read aloud in court. The contents were often unsettling. One letter addressed to Mary contained the line, "Stop your filthy business with Massey, or something bad will happen." Another letter sent to the Gillespie household read, "Your husband should have stopped you long ago." A third message contained an even more ominous sentence, "I told him what would happen if he didn't listen." Some letters contained detailed instructions or warnings. One read, "Admit the truth and the letters will stop." Another stated, "If you continue, I will expose everything to the whole town." Several letters were mailed not only to Mary and Ronald, but also to local residents who had no connection to the alleged affair. These letters described the relationship in vivid detail and suggested that the writer intended to humiliate Mary publicly. What made the messages particularly disturbing was the sense that the writer believed they were acting as some kind of moral authority. Several letters contained statements that sounded less like threats and more like lectures. One message reportedly included the line, "I will not tolerate this kind of behavior in my town." Another read, "The truth will come out no matter what you do." Freshour's defense argued that the prosecution's theory ignored several important facts. Hundreds of letters had been sent across the town over many years, targeting dozens of people who had no connection to Freshour at all. The defense also pointed out that some letters appeared to contain information that Freshour would not reasonably have access to. They suggested that the writer might be someone deeply embedded within the community, someone who observed residents regularly and gathered personal details over time. For many people in Circleville, the verdict was a hung jury. The judge declared a mistrial and ordered a new trial. For many people in Circleville, the verdict seemed to bring a sense of relief. The mysterious letter writer had finally been identified, and the harassment that had haunted the town for years seemed likely to end. But the relief did not last long. Not long after Freshour entered prison, he received a letter. The envelope looked disturbingly familiar. It contained the same stiff block handwriting that had appeared on the anonymous letters for years. The message inside was brief, but deeply unsettling. It read, "Now when are you going to believe You aren't going to get out of there. I told you 2 years ago. When we set them up, they stay set up. Freshour insisted the letter proved he had been framed. According to him, the message demonstrated that someone else had orchestrated the entire situation, including the trap that led to his arrest. Prosecutors suggested the letter could have been written by one of Freshour's supporters, attempting to help him maintain the appearance of innocence. No one was ever identified as the sender. Even stranger reports soon began circulating in Circleville. Some residents claimed they were still receiving letters. The messages appeared less frequently than before, but enough arrived to make people uneasy. The handwriting looked the same as it always had. The tone was the same as well. One resident later described opening a letter that contained the sentence, "You thought it was over." Another message reportedly read, "I am still watching." These notes raised an uncomfortable possibility. If the letters were continuing while Freshour was in prison, then the real writer might still be living quietly somewhere in or around Circleville. Over time, the letters became less frequent. By the early 1990s, they had largely stopped. Whether the writer died, moved away, or simply lost interest remains unknown. What remained was the strange possibility that the person responsible for terrorizing Circleville for years had never been identified. For many residents, the mystery left behind a lingering sense of unease. The letters had revealed private details about dozens of people, and had created the unsettling impression that someone in the community had been watching everyone else very closely. And if that person had never been caught, it meant the Circleville Letter Writer could have been almost anyone. Someone who attended the same church services, shopped at the same stores, or waved politely to neighbours while quietly recording their secrets. The most disturbing possibility of all was that the writer may have been watching the town long before the letters began, and may have continued watching long after they stopped. Writer had filled hundreds of envelopes. Writer had filled hundreds of envelopes with allegations about affairs, secret relationships, hidden pregnancies, financial crimes, and personal scandals. For years, residents argued about whether these claims were invented or whether the mysterious writer had somehow uncovered genuine secrets within the community. The most persistent accusation concerned Mary Gillespie and the school superintendent Gordon Massey. The letters insisted repeatedly that the two were having an affair, and that the relationship was being hidden from the public. For a long time, both Mary and Massey denied the accusation completely. They insisted the letters were the work of a disturbed person who had chosen them as targets. Yet as the years passed, the situation became more complicated. Some investigators later suggested that Mary and Massey had in fact developed a relationship, though the timeline remains unclear. Certain residents believed the writer may have discovered the relationship early and begun exposing it before anyone else in town knew about it. Others believed the writer had invented the story entirely, and that the stress of years of accusations eventually pushed the two closer together. What is known is that the letters were relentless. They described supposed meetings between Mary and Massey, sometimes including details about where they met or when they supposedly spoke on the telephone. One letter reportedly claimed that the writer had observed Mary visiting Massey late in the evening. Another message stated bluntly, "Everyone knows about you and Massey." Several letters also contained threats directed toward Ronald Gillespie. One read, "If you don't stop your wife, I will expose everything to the whole town." Another message carried a darker tone. "Gillespie, you should have handled this long ago." After Ronald died in the truck crash, some letters referenced his death in ways that residents later described as chilling. One message reportedly contained the sentence, "He paid the price." Another letter warned Mary that she should learn from what had happened to her husband. Whether these letters were real or exaggerated by rumors is difficult to confirm, but the story circulated widely in Circleville and contributed to the eerie atmosphere surrounding the case. The writer's accusations were not limited to the Gillespie family. Dozens of other residents received letters describing alleged affairs or immoral behavior. Some recipients quietly admitted that the writer had touched on real secrets, though they refused to discuss the details publicly. Others insisted the letters were entirely fabricated. One teacher who received a letter accusing her of inappropriate behavior reportedly became so distressed that she temporarily left her job. Another family received a message claiming their teenage daughter was pregnant. According to people who knew the family, the accusation turned out to be false, but the damage to the girl's reputation lingered long afterward. Some of the most bizarre letters contained rambling statements that sounded almost philosophical. One message read, "The truth will always come out. People who lie will pay." Another letter declared, "I am only doing what is right." There were also strange references to surveillance. Several residents recalled letters that suggested the writer had been physically watching them. One letter reportedly stated, "I saw you leaving your house yesterday." Another message read, "You cannot hide. I see everything." These statements created a persistent sense that the writer might be someone who lived nearby, someone who drove the same roads and quietly observed the routines of the town. Because Circleville was a small community, the idea that someone might be watching neighbours from a distance was particularly unsettling. People began paying closer attention to unfamiliar cars parked along rural roads or slow vehicles passing through neighbourhoods. In the years after Paul Freshour's conviction, debates about his guilt continued quietly throughout the community. Some residents believed investigators had identified the correct person and that the letters sent after his imprisonment were simply hoaxes written by others hoping to keep the mystery alive. Others believed the continued letters were proof that the real writer had never been caught. One piece of evidence that troubled investigators involved the handwriting itself. Even among experts, there was no clear agreement about whether the letters matched Freshour's writing. Some analysts insisted the similarities were unmistakable, while others argued that the writer had deliberately disguised their handwriting in a way that made comparison nearly meaningless. Another curious detail involved the number of letters that had circulated throughout Circleville. Estimates vary, but some investigators believed that hundreds of letters had been mailed over the years. A few residents even claimed that the number may have reached into the thousands, though many of those letters were never turned over to authorities. Some letters reportedly contained maps or diagrams pointing to locations around town. Others included arrows drawn beside names or accusations, as though the writer were trying to guide the reader's attention toward certain people. A few messages were written on postcards rather than sealed envelopes, ensuring that anyone handling the mail would be able to read the accusations. One particularly disturbing letter reportedly stated, "If you continue this behavior, your children will suffer." Another message contained the sentence, "Everyone will know what you are." Despite years of investigation, no one ever discovered exactly how the writer gathered so much personal information. Some investigators believe the writer may have been someone who worked in a position that allowed them to observe residents frequently, such as a delivery driver, postal worker, or school employee. Others believed the writer might simply have been an unusually observant neighbor who paid attention to details that most people ignored. The possibility that the writer might have been someone trusted within the community added another layer of unease. Residents began wondering whether the person responsible might have been someone they spoke with regularly, someone who seemed friendly while secretly collecting information about their lives. Even after the letters began to fade away in the early 1990s, the mystery never completely disappeared. People continued discussing the case quietly, often returning to the same and unsettling questions. Were the accusations about Mary Gillespie and Gordon Massey true from the beginning, or did they only become true later? Had Ronald Gillespie actually been driving to confront the letter writer on the night he died? And if Paul Freshour had been innocent, who had constructed the trap along the roadside? Those questions still linger today, decades after the last known letters arrived in Circleville. The writer never revealed their identity, never explained their motives, and never admitted whether the accusations were based on truth or invention. What remains is a strange collection of anonymous messages written by someone who believed they knew the secrets of an entire town. And for the people who lived in Circleville during those years, the most unsettling part of the story was not simply the letters themselves, but the quiet suspicion that the person writing them might have been living among them the entire time. On the Olympic Peninsula, trails are clear until they aren't. The path is wide enough for two people to walk side by side, packed down by thousands of boots, bordered by moss and ferns that look decorative rather than dangerous. A few steps to the left or right, the ground changes texture. The air changes weight. The trees close in. If you turn around quickly enough, the trail is still visible. If you hesitate, it is not. Every disappearance in this region begins at that line. Karen Sykes did not vanish in a storm. She did not disappear in winter. She did not attempt a dangerous summit. On July 18th, 2010, she drove to the Mount Townsend trailhead in the Olympic Mountains for what was described as a routine solo hike. She was 50 years old, experienced, physically capable, and familiar with hiking alone. Her car was parked properly. Her gear was standard. The weather that day was stable. There was nothing urgent about the outing. Mount Townsend's main trail is defined and visible. It winds through forest before climbing toward open ridgeline. Under canopy, the light dims even in midsummer. Moss layers the branches. Fallen trees create irregular barriers that require stepping around or over. Once you move more than a few yards off the cut trail, the ground becomes uneven and the visual reference of the path disappears almost immediately. Sykes was last known to be on the established trail. When she failed to return home that evening, concern developed quickly. Her vehicle remained at the trailhead. Search and rescue operations began the following morning. Rangers, volunteers, and tracking dogs moved along the trail first, then widened outward. Helicopters surveyed from above. Teams walked in coordinated lines spaced close enough to avoid leaving gaps. They checked steep drainage channels where a fall might carry someone out of sight. They examined areas beneath fallen timber where a person might become trapped or concealed. Nothing was found. Tracking dogs reportedly struggled once off the main trail. Rocky sections and variable wind patterns can interrupt scent. The forest in that region absorbs sound and disrupts direction. Once beyond the packed soil of the maintained path, footprints are inconsistent and often vanish under root systems and leaf cover. Search teams returned repeatedly over days and weeks. No clothing, no pack, no clear disturbance. Months later, skeletal remains were discovered off-trail within the broader search area. The location was not miles beyond the perimeter. It was inside it. Officials did not announce evidence of homicide. Exposure and terrain were considered likely factors. What was never publicly reconstructed was the precise path she took after leaving the defined line of the trail. The deviation required only a short movement, a few steps to the side for privacy, a decision to cut across instead of doubling back, a moment of distraction. Under canopy, distance compresses. Once the visual corridor of the trail is gone, trees repeat in uniform patterns. Slight downward slopes feel like level ground. Small drainage cuts deepen unexpectedly. If a person trips and falls into one of these narrow channels, visibility from above is limited to the angle of approach. Searchers can pass within yards without seeing below lip level. Most hikers who step off trail reorient quickly and return. The Olympic forest does not announce the moment when that return becomes difficult. There is no marker indicating that a threshold has been crossed. There is only repetition of moss, trunk, shadow, and uneven ground. Search reports noted no signs of struggle and no indication that she intentionally left the area entirely. The car remained. There was no confirmed sighting of her exiting the trailhead by road. The environment did not show evidence of external interference. The official explanation rested on misadventure. The unsettling element is not violence. It is scale measured against proximity. The maintained trail is narrow but clear. 5 steps beyond it, that clarity disappears. 10 steps beyond, orientation relies entirely on internal sense. 30 steps beyond, the path may no longer be visible at all. When the remains were located, they were not accompanied by evidence of another person. No weapon, no signs of restraint, no confirmed third-party presence. The forest did not produce answers beyond location. This is where most accounts end. But Karen Sykes was not the first person in the Olympic Peninsula to leave a defined path and fail to return. Search teams returned to the Mount Townsend area repeatedly after Karen Sykes' disappearance, because early search operations are built around probability rather than certainty. The first assumption in any wilderness case is that the missing person remains within a defined radius of the last known point. Teams walk outward in controlled spacing, sometimes shoulder to shoulder, scanning ground level and beneath vegetation. In heavily wooded terrain, searchers are trained to look for color contrast, unnatural shape, or pattern interruption. Clothing, gear, exposed skin, and disturbed brush are typical indicators. In Sykes' case, those indicators were absent during the initial sweeps. The absence did not prove she was outside the search perimeter. It meant only that she was not visible from the angles and paths taken at that time. The Olympic forest complicates visual detection because vertical layers overlap. Ferns obscure ground depressions. Fallen trunks create shadow pockets beneath them. Moss covers surfaces in uniform color, flattening contrast. A person who falls or collapses into a shallow decline can disappear from view within a few feet of level ground. When searchers move along grid lines, their line of sight is influenced by slope and vegetation density. If the terrain dips sharply between two ridges, a body may not be visible from either side without direct descent into the cut. These are mechanical limitations of terrain, not extraordinary phenomena, yet they create gaps large enough to conceal a human form. When Sykes' remains were eventually found, investigators examined the immediate area for evidence of injury, animal interference, and signs of third-party involvement. Public statements indicated no confirmed evidence of homicide. The working conclusion centered on misadventure leading to exposure. Hypothermia in mountain environments does not require winter conditions. Even in summer, weather can shift quickly at elevation. Wind chill on exposed ridges combined with perspiration from exertion can lower core temperature. Disorientation is one of the earliest cognitive effects of hypothermia. Individuals may make decisions that appear irrational in hindsight, including leaving known routes in an attempt to shortcut back to perceived safety. The Mount Townsend Trail ascends gradually before opening into more exposed terrain. It is possible that Sykes left the main trail at some point, either to navigate around an obstacle or to explore a side path, and then lost visual contact with the established corridor. Once the forest floor absorbs footprints and landmarks repeat, a circular walking pattern can develop. Studies in wilderness survival have shown that people deprived of clear directional cues often walk in arcs without realizing it. In dense forest, these arcs can tighten until the individual returns to a similar location without recognizing it as such. Search teams rely on scent tracking dogs to compensate for visual limitations. Dogs follow microscopic skin cells and odor molecules left behind. However, Scent behaves unpredictably in environments with heavy moisture, variable wind, and uneven ground. Scent can pool in low areas and dissipate on ridges. It can cling to vegetation and then be carried away by rain. Reports from the search indicated that dogs had difficulty maintaining a consistent track once off the packed soil of the main trail. That does not suggest sudden disappearance. It reflects the chemical instability of scent in forest conditions. What remains unresolved is the precise sequence of decisions between the last confirmed sighting and the point where orientation was lost. That interval may have been measured in minutes. It may have involved no dramatic event at all. The threshold between maintained trail and unmanaged forest is narrow. On one side, direction is guided. On the other, direction must be constructed internally. Under canopy, even experienced hikers can misjudge slope and distance because visual depth cues are reduced. Trees of similar size and spacing create repeating patterns that diminish spatial awareness. In Olympic terrain, the shift from defined path to raw ground can occur without conscious recognition of risk. The trail surface changes from compacted soil to soft duff. The corridor narrows. A fallen log blocks the way. A step to the side becomes 2 steps, then 3. Within seconds, the line of the trail may no longer be visible. If the hiker continues forward, rather than retracing immediately, the visual memory of the path degrades quickly. Sound does not carry far under thick canopy. If another hiker calls out from the trail, the voice may not register clearly beyond a short distance. Months after the search concluded, the discovery of remains within the broader perimeter reinforced a difficult truth about this region. The Olympic Peninsula does not require vast distance to conceal someone. It requires only slight deviation combined with terrain complexity. A maintained path suggests safety through structure. The forest beyond it offers no structure at all. At the time of Sykes's disappearance, it was treated as an isolated tragedy, consistent with wilderness risk. There was no immediate suggestion of pattern. The case entered park records alongside other incidents categorized under lost or overdue hikers. Only later, when reviewing additional disappearances within similar environments on the peninsula, does a structural similarity emerge. Each begins with a small movement off a defined route. Each search expands rapidly. Each investigation confronts the same environmental constraints: dense canopy, layered vegetation, irregular slope, and limited visibility. The unsettling aspect is not what happened. It is how little appears to have happened before absence. There was no violent weather front moving in at that hour. No documented confrontation. No sign of mechanical failure or equipment malfunction. The last confirmed phase of her hike was routine. The deviation required no extreme decision. The environment beyond the trail absorbed that deviation without visible trace. Years before Karen Sykes stepped a short distance off the Mount Townsend Trail, another disappearance on the peninsula followed a similar structural shift from defined ground to unmanaged terrain. In September of 1999, 30-year-old Donnie Lee Mays entered the Hoh Rainforest area of Olympic National Park. The Hoh is not alpine, and it is not open forest. It is layered, wet, and enclosed. Annual rainfall exceeds 100 inches. The forest floor is thick with ferns, rotting logs, and root systems that twist across uneven ground. Trails in the Hoe are maintained and visible, but only within their narrow corridor. A few steps beyond that corridor, the undergrowth closes immediately. Mays was last known to be hiking alone. When he failed to return, search operations began with park rangers and local law enforcement coordinating volunteers, dogs, and aerial reconnaissance. The search focused first on established routes and known access points. The Hoe River runs through the rainforest, wide in places and braided into multiple channels in others. Gravel bars shift seasonally. Banks erode from below. In areas where the river bends, the current undercuts the edge of the forest floor. Search teams examined riverbanks, drainage channels, and off-trail depressions where a fall could carry someone out of view. Heavy rainfall during that period complicated tracking efforts. In rainforest terrain, rain does not simply wet the ground, it restructures it. Footprints fill quickly, scent molecules disperse, loose soil collapses inward. A dog that begins tracking on dry morning ground can lose continuity once afternoon rain sets in. Reports from the search indicated difficulty maintaining a consistent scent trail beyond the established path. There was no confirmed evidence of struggle. No confirmed witness placed Mays leaving the park by vehicle. The disappearance did not involve a dramatic cliff face or documented avalanche. It involved a person moving within a dense forest, where visibility and reference points diminish almost immediately beyond the trail. Unlike Sykes's case, no confirmed remains associated with Mays were publicly identified in the immediate aftermath. The forest and river system offered plausible explanations that did not require criminal involvement. A misstep near the Hoe River could result in a fall into fast-moving water, cold enough to impair motor control within minutes. A short deviation off-trail could result in progressive disorientation in a landscape where every direction appears similar under canopy. The Hoe does not provide distant landmarks, it provides repetition. Trunks spaced irregularly, moss-covered ground that compresses underfoot, fallen trees that create visual barriers. The structural similarity between the Mount Townsend and Hoe cases lies in that narrow threshold. Both environments contain defined trails that suggest containment. Both shift rapidly from managed corridor to unmanaged density. In each case, the last confirmed presence occurred near that boundary. Search operations expanded quickly and methodically, yet the environment imposed limitations on sight, scent, and access. In rainforest conditions, vertical concealment is significant. Ferns can reach waist height. Fallen timber can stack in layers, creating cavities beneath. If a person falls into one of these cavities, direct overhead view may not reveal them. Search teams move in lines, but terrain forces adjustments that create small gaps. These gaps are often measured in feet, not yards, yet in thick vegetation, feet are enough. When examining Olympic Peninsula disappearances collectively, the recurring element is not spectacle, but compression. The space between trail and raw ground is minimal. The time between visible presence and loss of reference can be measured in minutes. Once reference is lost, recovery depends on probability and grid efficiency against terrain that absorbs visual cues. Neither the Mount Townsend nor the Hoe case required supernatural explanation. Both required only deviation, terrain complexity, and environmental interference with search mechanics. What unsettles observers is not a single catastrophic event, but the quiet consistency of how quickly structure disappears once someone steps beyond it. If you want to deepen this further, the next case can introduce a shift from forest to water, where concealment operates differently, but the threshold from defined space to imagined depth remains the same. In April of 2012, Shelley Mook stood near the edge of Lake Crescent with her husband. Lake Crescent does not resemble the rainforest. It is open, clear, and deceptively calm. The water is deep, over 600 feet in places, and glacially cold year-round. The shoreline is narrow. In some sections, the ground slopes sharply downward beneath the surface. From above, the lake looks transparent and controlled. Beneath that surface, depth drops quickly and light disappears. According to the account given at the time, Mook slipped while walking along the shore and fell into the lake. Her husband reported attempting to save her, but was unable to reach her before she submerged. Emergency responders arrived. Divers searched. Sonar equipment scanned the depths. Lake Crescent is known for preserving objects and bodies for long periods due to its temperature and low nitrogen content. Nothing was immediately recovered. Days passed. Weeks passed. The lake remained undisturbed on the surface. The forest along its edge did not change. The turnout where the vehicle had been parked remained visible from the road. Months later, a body surfaced. The condition of the remains led investigators to question the original account. Inconsistencies in statements accumulated. What had been described as a slip and fall was re-examined. Years later, her husband was charged and ultimately convicted of her murder. The lake had concealed both a body and a lie. Lake Crescent introduces a different threshold than forest or trail. There is no gradual shift. The edge is immediate. One step too far and footing disappears. The water is cold enough to shock the body within seconds. Muscle control fails quickly. If pushed, if struck, if disoriented, the margin for correction is almost non-existent. From shore, the surface can close without disturbance. What links this case to the others is not motive, but structure. The final moment occurs at a boundary. Trail to forest, forest to river, shore to depth. In each case, the defined space ends abruptly. An unmanaged space begins without warning. Along the Olympic coast, that boundary appears again in another form. Beaches near Shirshur and Rialto are wide at low tide and narrow to nothing at high tide. Sea stacks rise offshore, bluffs crumble undercut from below. In 2017, a solo hiker was last seen walking alone along a stretch of tidal shoreline. Witnesses placed the individual moving confidently across wet sand. Later, personal belongings were located above the high tide line. No confirmed body was recovered. On that coastline, the tide does not move slowly enough to feel gradual. It advances in increments that seem manageable until they are not. Waves rebound unpredictably from rock formations. A single misjudged step onto algae-covered stone can result in a fall into surf that pulls outward through narrow channels between sea stacks. Once beyond a certain point, visibility from land is broken by rock and curvature. The shoreline conceals as effectively as the forest. Search efforts along the coast involve boats, aircraft, and foot teams scanning drift lines. Currents distribute debris unevenly. Recovery depends on timing, water temperature, and where the body enters the surf. In some cases, nothing returns. Forest, river, lake, tide. 4 structures, 4 edges. In each Olympic Peninsula disappearance, the shift happens at a boundary. The maintained trail suggests order. The lake turnout suggests safety. The beach at low tide suggests openness. The riverbank suggests stability. A few steps alter that assumption. Beyond that line, visibility changes, footing changes, temperature changes, sound changes. Karen Sykes stepped off a trail. Donnie Mays moved beyond a managed path into rainforest density. Shelley Mook crossed the invisible line between shore and depth. A coastal hiker walked from wet sand toward rock and tide. Each transition required minimal movement. None required miles of wilderness. What follows is always the same sequence. A final confirmed sighting in a defined space. A short deviation. Then search teams operating in expanding grids against terrain that does not reveal easily. Months later, discovery, or no discovery at all. The Olympic Peninsula does not need spectacle to create disappearance. It relies on thresholds, defined space, undefined space. The distance between them is small. Once crossed, recovery becomes uncertain. The 4 disappearances do not share a suspect, and they do not unfold in identical terrain, but they share something more precise than coincidence. In each case, the last confirmed moment occurs inside a controlled space. A marked trail with visible direction. A roadside turnout beside a lake. A wide beach at low tide. A known path through rainforest. In each case, the disappearance begins at the instant that structure ends. The Olympic Peninsula is not chaotic wilderness in the abstract. It is segmented. Trails are carved through forest in narrow corridors. Shorelines are passable only during certain tidal windows. Lakes are bordered by gravel pullouts and short walking paths. Rivers run alongside established hiking routes before turning into dense undergrowth. The environment appears manageable because it is partially managed. That management creates a psychological boundary. People move confidently within it. The moment someone steps beyond that boundary, the conditions change without ceremony. Under rainforest canopy, visibility drops to yards and direction becomes internal rather than visual. Along the coast, the tide reverses direction faster than intuition predicts. At Lake Crescent, the shoreline looks gradual until it is not. In the mountains, the trail is clear until it narrows into repetition of tree and slope. The Olympic Peninsula does not escalate danger, it removes reference. In the Sykes case, searchers passed through the area where remains were eventually found. In the Mays case, rainfall and river movement disrupted evidence almost immediately. In the Mook case, the lake concealed both physical evidence and motive until time forced the truth upward. Along the coast, currents decide whether anything returns at all. These are not dramatic failures of investigation. They are functions of terrain that absorbs small deviations and enlarges them. The unsettling pattern is not that people vanish into endless wilderness. It is that they vanish close to where they began. The shift is measured in steps, not miles. A few yards off trail, a short descent toward water, a brief movement away from companions. The disappearance does not require prolonged wandering. It requires only crossing the line between maintained and unmaintained space. The forest does not signal when that line has been crossed. There is no audible change. The same trees continue, the same moss hangs, the same air moves through branches. The lake surface remains flat from a distance. The beach looks unchanged until water reaches the rock you are standing on. By the time awareness shifts, the defined path may no longer be visible. Search operations begin quickly on the peninsula because access roads and small towns sit close to these environments. Rangers are accustomed to lost hikers. Volunteers respond in numbers. Aircraft scan ridges and shoreline, yet the terrain interferes with certainty. Dense undergrowth disrupts sight lines. Water absorbs scent and evidence. Vertical drops conceal from horizontal approach. A person can be within the search grid and remain unseen. Across decades, the Olympic Peninsula records these incidents without altering its shape. Trails are maintained, warning signs are posted, tide charts are printed, weather advisories are issued. The boundary remains thin. It always has been. The difference between defined space and raw terrain is often a single step. There is no single explanation that binds these cases together beyond geography. Some end in recovery, some end in conviction, some end in open files. The common element is not motive, it is threshold. Each person moved from a controlled corridor into an unmanaged environment that does not forgive minor miscalculations. The forest does not widen to reveal a lost hiker. The lake does not release what it holds until conditions change. The tide does not pause. The Olympic Peninsula remains one of the most visited and photographed landscapes in the Pacific Northwest. It offers rainforest, mountain and ocean within a single day's drive. Most who enter leave without incident. A small number do not. In each case, the last clear moment occurs before the boundary is crossed. After that, there is only terrain, defined space, undefined space. The distance between them is small, and once crossed, it does not always give back what it takes.